Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular meeting 1 of the Swatara Township Board of Commissioners. It is 7:02 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. You may be seated. Secretary Savage, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Tuckey?
Here.
Commissioner Zubek?
Here.
Commissioner Connolly?
Here.
Vice President Steele?
Here.
President Ellis?
Here.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We did have an executive session this evening prior to the meeting to discuss personnel matters as well as potential litigation. And now we're up to item 6, and I'm going to go ahead and ask the members of the Central Dauphin School Board to come forward, and we're going to hear a brief presentation.
Good evening. I am Janelle Bingaman, and I am with Michelle Hawes and Jeannie Webster, and we are your school board directors for Region 1. Michelle and Jeannie live in Swatara Township. I live in Paxton Borough, which is part of the township, but we are here to share incredible progress we've made in improving our school facilities and community partnerships. One of our key achievements has been working with administration to improve our school facilities. At East Middle School, we addressed much needed repairs to our football field, scoreboard, concession stand, bathrooms, and enhanced the experience for our student athletes and fans. Additionally, we completed a new track behind East Middle, expanding opportunities for physical activity and competition. At East High, we undertook a major renovation of the outdoor weight room building, which now features new garage doors, exterior doors, flooring, and a completely repainted interior. These improvements provide a safer and more functional space for our students to train and grow. Another milestone was ensuring that the Mike Stepp Memorial Scoreboard was installed at the East High softball field. This tribute to him reflects his lasting impact on our community, and we look forward to honoring his memory with a special dedication at the start of our 2025 softball season. Beyond athletics, we've been focused on broader facility improvements. We successfully purchased 3 buildings, an important step towards expanding and improving our district's infrastructure to better serve our students and staff. In addition, remediation efforts are underway on the first floor of one of our buildings, with the second floor slated for completion in the 2025-26 budget. We addressed parking lot concerns at East High's band field and advocated for the cleanup of unused materials at East High and Swatara Middle. At Swatara Middle, we secured new cafeteria tables, outdoor picnic tables to provide students with better dining options. Additionally, we helped resolve an important academic challenge at East High by ensuring students have access to improved math support, reinforcing our commitment to academic excellence. But perhaps one of the most exciting developments for our district is the approval to move forward with all-day kindergarten starting in 2026. This is a transformative step for our youngest learners, providing them with a strong foundation for future success and ensuring they have the time and resources needed to thrive from the very start of their educational journey. We have also been intentional about strengthening our relationship with the broader community. We met with leaders of the Nepali community to explore how we can better serve their students and families, while also fostering a strong partnership between the board, administration, and community members. This relationship is one we are excited to grow in the years ahead. Additionally, in partnership with Belco Credit Union, we have established the Character Breakfast for East High, the Good Character Breakfast for East High, in our middle school feeder programs. This initiative will recognize and reward students who demonstrate positive behavior and exemplify the core values of our school. Each of these accomplishments represent a collective effort, one made possible through collaboration between the administration, school board, staff, families, and community partners. As we move forward, we remain committed to building on this momentum to create a stronger, more inclusive, and more supportive environment for all of our students. Thank you for all your dedication and support and belief in what we can achieve together. This list is not inclusive of all the things that we are working on, and we look forward to meeting with you in order to work collaboratively on items that affect us both. One of the things that each of the board directors has done we've scheduled times to meet with each of our thank you. I'm lost for words after a day of teaching library to K through 4. With all the municipalities to make sure we're sharing and working together. So we look forward to that. So thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking time to be here.
Can't we comment or ask questions? It looks like you're trying to leave. What's going on
We
here?
just saw how big the agenda was and didn't
Well,
want to
we
say-
put,
That's why I moved you up.
we put you at the front of it.
Yeah, I did
but-
have you down for it. I was like,
All right, well, I was just
You're not
gonna
going
say
to steal
something.
my thunder. Thank you for all day kindergarten. My daughter's going to be one of the first ones there.
There you go. That.
yeah,
Well,
Thank you. No, that's going to be
Yeah.
huge for us. That was very well thought of, and I think
We
to
can't
see
wait.
that kindergarten class when they're seniors and see what those test scores look like and how they progress.
Yep.
That's great for Central Office School District.
I think it's definitely going to, as much as it's going to be great for the entire district, I think it's really going to be great for Swatara Township.
Yeah.
Because we have,
Absolutely.
as our number, if most of us know, not a ton of kids are able to go to preschool over here.
Right.
right.
And that extra support, just getting that time is just going to be wonderful for them.
Yeah.
can I go? Or,
Go ahead.
Vice President Steele took the main positive thing I was going to say, but there's more. But I'm going to go back to that. That is absolutely incredible. One of the challenges in the district was the half-day kindergarten for the student, the family, the caregivers, and this is just a huge step. And statistically, everyone knows the sooner you get to students and the more instruction they have in the early years, the better the results are, well, not just on standardized tests, but for their life. And that is a big positive. And I think if the timing goes the way I think it's going to go, I'm going to have a grandson in kindergarten the year when the school is up and running. And I think that's the coolest thing. And for the public that doesn't know this, the kindergarten is going to be right off the township property at the AFSCME building. And to have the all-day instruction again is huge. But I want to thank you for a lot of other things you do. And looking out for the region. There's 3 regions in the school district, and you're a school board director. You're looking out for every single student everywhere. But for a lot of election cycles, it felt like maybe we didn't have that extra, lobbying going on for our students in Swatara, Paxtang, and Pembroke. And I think the 3 of you have done an absolutely tremendous job. I'm not going to take credit for putting you up front. That was the president of the board, so you can leave. But the last thing I'm going to say is I've gone to a couple school board meetings in the last 12 months, and I did stay the whole time. No, but I would recommend that if any other commissioners have anything to say to you, you take the comments and you do leave. But thank you so much tonight for coming out, and I love the relationship that we have. Your students are our students and children too. So a lot of positive things. And I'm going to put this out because it's a hot topic tonight of all nights. A lot of money is spent on students to do this full day kindergarten. There was extra money added at the state level, but I mean the school district is funded on taxes. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like after the last couple cycles and a few places that raised the taxes last year. I think we may have the lowest taxes in the county for an incredibly good, large school district, and now making an improvement. It's very much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zubek.
Yes, I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm a huge fan of the all-day kindergarten and very pleased that you're taking on that initiative. I know it's one thing. Studies show, as early as possible is the best outcomes for our students when they graduate. So, but I also want to touch on the facilities. I want to thank you for all you're doing to improve our facilities as well, because without, high quality learning environments, kids, need to flourish, and the facilities mean just as much as the curriculum in that atmosphere. So I just want to thank you for all of you're doing to make sure that their education is a holistic approach, and improving the quality from the classroom to the sports fields. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuckey, did you want to say anything? Or?
Just thanks for what you're doing, and it's definitely going to help with as many students that are in the schools. So I see that as being a huge positive. So without repeating anything else, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that I'm looking forward to facilitating that meeting. We'll try to get that done hopefully the second half of this month, which is a short month. So, and the all-day kindergarten is not only going to benefit the kids, but it's also going to benefit a lot of families that would have to make arrangements or pay for childcare, things like that. So that's something that I think a lot of people will be very thankful for.
Half-day kindergarten childcare is
The same.
almost double
Okay.
what we were paying. Like, and that was my oldest is graduating.
Yeah.
So like, I remember back to like trying to figure out how we were going to
Yep.
do that.
Yep.
So, yep.
We're very thankful for everything that you guys are doing and very appreciative. So
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, we're up to item 7, visitors' requests and comments. You'll notice on the agenda it says that there is a 30-minute maximum to this portion. Everyone is asked to keep your comments to 3 minutes at the most, and then we'll go ahead and try to get through at least 10 people, and then we'll move on to other agenda items if we have that many speakers. So you'll come forward, put your name and address down on the paper, as well as state it for the public, and then you may begin.
Deborah Knowles, 6080 Hawker Drive. Shayla, at the last meeting, you did the public a disservice by reading an official letter from Smith Land during your commissioner's comments as if it was not as important as it was, instead of reading it as a separate agenda item earlier in the meeting. This disservice did not allow the public to ask questions or make comments about this letter that made threats to the public if they tried to fight the building of the warehouses, possibly causing further delays. Please, for future reference, your comments should just be that, your comments, and not official letters from companies unless they are just writing to say thank you to you or the public for something that we or you did.
I will respond to that. That letter was sent to the entire board. Anyone had the opportunity to request it be a separate agenda item. It never happened. And I said publicly that that's when I was going to read it, and I'm free to decide when I present information. So any member could have requested that be an agenda item because we'd had that letter for a few weeks at that point, and no one did. So, but we'll go ahead and move on to the next visitors' requests and comments.
Make it easy.
We're ready.
Wendy Schaefer, 1071 3rd Avenue. It saddens me that I even feel the need to come up here tonight, but here I am. On Sunday, January 5th, I dropped off my storm sewer payment in the drop box for processing the next day, never expecting that there would be any issues. Approximately 2 weeks later, while checking my bank statement, I discovered that this check had not yet cleared my account. So on January 21st, I called the township building to inquire about the payment. Since we currently have no township manager to speak with, I asked the person who answered my call and was informed that the drop box is emptied every day, that the payments were somewhere in the building, and to give it another couple of weeks. So on January 24th, I reached out to President Ellis regarding my concern, and she assured me she'd look into it. I reached out to her again on January 30th for any updates, since my check still hadn't cleared. She explained that there was an issue with the check scanning process at Orstown Bank with their system upgrade, and that even deposits made directly at the bank were being delayed. This brings up additional concerns in my eyes. The township took out a $5 million line of credit with Orrstown Bank to use, if needed, to cover expenses while the payments such as the stormwater, business privilege, any money coming in began to arrive. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but utilizing this line of credit money comes at a cost to the township. So as I see it, our deposits are delayed. The township needs to use the line of credit money, probably more because the deposits are delayed, which results in paying increased interest on the money borrowed to the bank where the deposit delays are occurring. Does anybody else besides me see that there's an issue? I mean, it just doesn't look good. I made another suggestion to President Ellis that since the situation had come to light, that a message be added to the township website and Facebook page to notify the residents of this known issue. But to date, I haven't seen one. I did receive a text message today from Commissioner Ellis letting me know that Brittany had located my payment in a pending deposit that was scanned into the bank. I don't know what day it was scanned in, but it still has not cleared my account, and it's a month later. So where you have no access to pending money until it's actually in the account for access. So what are you doing to get this straightened out? This bank is clearly, there's something wrong that needs to be addressed. I hope you can get it ironed out soon. And I also wanted to let you know that on the stormwater utility fee bill, it says that payments not made within 60 days from the date of billing shall be subject to a 10% penalty. On the customer portion of the bill, there's no date. There's no account number. There's nothing to reference. And apparently, it's all on the stub that is sent in here. So there is no date on the bill. It's top part of the bill that we keep to know when the 60 days expires. So, and I am unfortunately not going to be able to stay for the rest of the meeting. So on an unrelated note, I'm not going to be able to stay for the presentation for the building plans. I don't know if you have intentions on displaying both options, whether it be the administration portion or the one with the firehouse. But I would ask that if you're not displaying both with full costs for both to be able to compare, that I ask that you please postpone 16A until a later date when all of that information can be put together for everybody to review, compare, and contact you with their suggestions on which way to go, since you guys all represent us. So thank you for your time.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to ask Brittany to respond.
Ms. Schaefer, the sad part is once your deposit went through and it was frozen in the scanning system, there was absolutely nothing that we could do. And there was a lot of deposits that were scanned through our check scanner, which go directly to the Treasury Department, and they bypass the bank. That's the quickest means for us. And they did do a cutover because they bought out another bank, and in that cutover, there was a considerable amount of money that was tied up in that system. And it got to the point where we actually had the ladies here making physical deposits directly to the bank on the ones that were not frozen in the system. The ones that were frozen in the system, we just have to wait until they release it to us. That is an ongoing issue. And then the billing, though, I thought there was a date on the
March.
new bill.
I just wrote it, but I sealed my letter. I had it.
Yeah, I thought there's on the full, because that was one of the complaints last year. It's on the bottom.
She's saying it's on the portion that is remitted back and not on the actual letter.
It was at the bottom. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
I could understand that. So put one at
Mine
the top
is
and the
ripped
bottom.
because my daughter ripped it the second I got it. But yeah, it says due date is March 3rd, 2025 for the public so that you're aware.
It's on the bottom.
Yeah,
Okay.
like this.
All right.
Yeah. And the account number is listed on there, on that portion, which that, I guess we can look at these. I mean, that's the style that it's been from before. That's not new. So we can take that under advisement. Can't do anything about the bills this year, but
The only thing we did was add the date this year because that
Yeah.
was a complaint last year.
Right,
What is
so-
the 60-day due date?
yeah.
Thank you,
So
Ms. Schaefer.
those things are on there, but we can look into revisiting it again next year and getting it on the top portion as well.
And I'd just like that, this is the Swatara Township Commissioners meeting. You're welcome to say or have any input. The stormwater itself will meet next Wednesday at 6:30, and hopefully we'll have more answers. But I just want to touch on one thing. The tax anticipation note, the TRAN, was specifically township. The Stormwater Authority actually has money in the account for projects, so they weren't going to be the same. The township's tax bills are just going out now with the county, and that money, the first discount period is March 31st. So that is why that TRAN was put in place. And again, it was with Orrstown, and we had a good experience with them last year. So not to minimize that this isn't a bad experience. I've heard from one other person recently, and I wasn't aware of this. I came in, paid cash, and left with a receipt in hand, and wasn't aware of it. So we have a week till the sewer or the storm water meeting next week. Hopefully we'll have more answers and put some pressure on if we can. But there's parts of this that we feel are not good, certainly unacceptable. And that option of continuing with that institution is something that could always be looked at, going into the next cycle. But we're kind of stuck where we're at now. So I apologize for that.
Yep, go ahead, Commissioner Tackett.
I was just curious, when did you realize there was an issue with these funds not going through properly?
I wasn't aware until Ms. Schaefer brought it to my attention.
January.
January what?
I don't know the exact date.
Okay, and the other question, what was brought up about the building project? Are we going to have both plans shown and the cost for both currently?
The cost is in your packet, so yes, the cost,
Well, just-
I don't know, I don't think that we're gonna have the actual plans themselves, no. But the costs are provided to everybody, the estimated costs for construction, so. And I'm not opposed to sharing that, like on Facebook or something like that too, if we get to that point, if that's requested of the board. So we'll go ahead and move on. Do we have any other visitors requesting comments?
Tom Garlick, 6050 Hawker Drive. This relates also to that stormwater fee. I just checked mine, and it took 20-something days from the day I gave it till it cashed. And I know a lot of you know I'm in the financial industry, and there's no excuse for any industry. If someone gives me a check, it's in their account in 10 minutes. There's only a couple banks that hold money, and they only hold it for a day or two. And those are usually real big banks, not the regional banks. So that's probably something you should look into, because that's definitely not, best practices for a bank.
No, this wasn't a hold. They actually had a problem with their system. When they merged and bought another bank, and our checks, we actually have a check scanner. We bypass the bank. We go directly to the treasury. So when we scan, we go directly to the treasury. What's it, less than 24 hours we have the money in our account? Where then if we got to make a deposit at the bank, then you go through that normal routine like you're talking about that takes time. We scanned all our checks, and then they froze in the system.
Right, but even that should never happen with any modern bank.
Right, you're 100% right.
You know what I mean? So that's something you guys should definitely.
Yes, no, you're 100% right.
There's, like I said, the worst case, I can't mention the name because I might get yelled at.
Right.
But the worst case is like 2 days. And this is
It
big
depends.
national banks.
These are small checks, so yeah, I get that.
No, but like any check should be basically you got the rounding and
Yeah, but the hold that you're talking about, it was not that type of hold.
That doesn't necessarily mean that
Like
the
it
check
wasn't a
cleared
bank
either.
hold. Like their system froze up.
Yeah. Well, they still should have. if our system goes down, like it's going to be back up in 30, 40 minutes.
I would.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, Brittany's,
I hear you.
Brittany's continuously in contact. No,
I'm with you.
Brittany's continuously been in contact, and they're working towards a resolution.
No,
and-
you're making sense.
Yeah,
I get it.
hopefully it's taken care of soon, and that's unfortunately something we don't have control over.
Good evening, Mary Klaus, 447 Pritchard Court in Chambers Hill. Two things tonight. Chambers Hill Fire Company recently received from the United States House of Representatives a congressional record about our fire company that U.S. Representative Scott Perry had entered into the record about our 70th anniversary. And it was very nice, and I just thought you should have a copy of it. That's the one thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll get copies distributed to everybody.
And secondly, it's a commercial. I just wanted to announce that in a couple weeks, on March 7th, the Chambers Hill Fire Company annual Fridays of Lent fish dinners will begin. We do all-you-can-eat fish dinners with fish, homemade macaroni and cheese, very wonderful stewed tomatoes, French fries, coleslaw, applesauce, Chambers Hill Sparkle, our special drink, and all kind of homemade desserts, including lots of peanut butter pies. So I just wanted to remind everybody, we serve on the Fridays of Lent starting March 7th from 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. and everybody's welcome.
And since you're up there, you might as well tell everybody how much or how many pounds of stewed tomatoes you make.
Usually about 240 pounds a week. People in this area love stewed tomatoes on the macaroni and cheese, and some like it separate.
And it's Mary's secret recipe.
It is one I came up with.
So,
I hope you come and eat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Do we have any other visitors requesting comments at this time?
My name is Joanne Siebert. I live at 799 High Street in the beautiful village of Bressler. And thank you to the board for moving these public comments to the front of the agenda instead of at the end. If I'm puppy sitting, there's no way I can sit through a 5-hour meeting. My disdain for some of the commissioners has not diminished yet. If you search on the web for the Friendship Fire Company Bressler, you will see the accusations of racism and discrimination. That means those lies are still out there and won't go away for any time soon. You not only broadcast these lies to all of the township, but then you went to the Dauphin County Commissioners meeting and spread the lies throughout all Dauphin County. You brought in media and had them broadcast your lies over to all of central Pennsylvania. And we are supposed to feel you represent us. When I get a chance to prove you wrong, I will bring you to the meeting with evidence. My last proof is this picture. It appears to be the CP Crusaders Youth Football Pee Wee Midget team in the CFA Youth Football League in the Harrisburg area. This past fall, they needed a place to practice. They contacted the fire company, and the fire company was gladly given permission to use our Teener field at gratis. If you look close, which you can't see, but I saw it, the youths are of all color, white and all 50 shades of color. So, and so too are the coaches. So go figure. This disproves the statement that was made on your investigatory panel report that was made by firefighters 1 and 12 about the signage on their property in an attempt to keep blacks off of it. In the same report, complainant number 1's statement seems to be erroneous also. The person repeated their claim at the Dauphin County Commissioners meeting. When the person who made their statement, one of the people at the meeting was also at that party that she was talking about. and was at the table close enough to the incident to overhear the entire exchange. It was nothing as it was claimed to be in the report. Members of the Swatara Township Investigatory Panel Committee did a piss poor job. They just took statements from the 33 people interviewed, only used short quotes from 12 of them, and did not try to investigate any of the statements to prove if they were fact or it was just their opinion. I repeat, piss poor job. Instead of using this tactic on Lawton and Bressler, you could have just used the tactics you're using on the Chambers Hill Fire Company for the past 10 months. Tie them up long enough so that their volunteers lose interest. You can close the firehouse without having to destroy the reputation of their towns. Apparently, I can add a few more names to my piss poor job list.
Thank you. Do we have any other visitors' requests and comments?
Thought you were coming up to hit me. Gary Harvey, 105 South 47th Street, Lawton. My question is for you in regards to item number 20 on the agenda. I know once we get into the agenda and discussions, people in the audience and people at home don't get to ask questions. So I'm just wondering, are we going to hear this evening, and this is in regards to the purchase of Reliance Host Company in Rutherford, are we going to hear what is actually being purchased? Is it the building itself? Is it the land that it sits on? Is it the real estate that runs from 66th to 67th Street, which also houses another piece of property? I guess my question is, are we going to get to hear what the actual purchase is?
Yeah, we'll make sure that we go over the parcel information for you. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Do we have any other visitors' requests and comments at this time? All right, I don't see anyone jumping up. So we'll go ahead and move on to item 8, a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Do we have any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. We're up to item 9, a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Motion.
Second.
All right. And just looking to see. By way of discussion, Commissioner Connolly, would you be able to just address the drone information for the public?
It's 9D. It says approval of an unmanned aerial system drone coordinator. We've been fortunate to have a citizen of the township who's been involved for well over a year, who has certifications to operate a drone. I don't know what they all are, but he's been working with township departments, and as part of the EMA, we felt that was the person basically has been doing it volunteer, but he does it for other areas. So we had been talking about this for a while. Actually, we had one of our officers that had a drone that had flown it at other events, and that's not available to us anymore. So this will be a position, basically in the EMA under the fire service, and it has been used already for missing child, some incidents along the Swatara Creek. For those of you that were familiar or could attend our 225th anniversary fireworks display,
We had the drone in the air to help with security and emergency management. So it's just basically a modernization of EMA and fire safety, and we had the opportunity to get the person to do it for a nominal fee, minimal stipend rather than an employee. And I did some of the calculations on the time that the person has put in and will put in monthly, and it's definitely a bargain for the township. I don't know if I did that a service or not. I don't know the technical aspect, the licenses that are required, but I do know there's a lot to it. You cannot just fly a drone, and the person has all the certification and is already active.
Thank you. And then, does anyone else have any further discussion?
Do you know how much that individual will be making?
But again, that'll be
I know it
personnel.
says nominal fee, but what's the definition of a nominal fee?
I think it falls into the stipends of the existing fire, and I think it's somewhere between a battalion chief and assistant chief.
Okay, so
That's
for
the
the
language.
public edification, can you explain what a battalion chief and an assistant chief make?
I'm going to say,
We're venturing into personnel.
yeah,
That is not
I'm going to say
personnel.
that
That's public information.
this will be somewhere in the range of $1,000 to $1,200 a month.
I'm sorry.
$1,000 to $1,200 a month.
Okay.
I don't know the exact numbers. I can get those for you. I feel like one of them is 1153.
Okay. And you have someone specifically in mind?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I do, I think it's great to have the drone and the expertise, and I appreciate the valuable efforts of that individual, but I have also heard that individual is, if it's who I think it is, planning on running for township commissioner as well. Will that drone be used in any way to forward their, desire to achieve public office? And what's the policy on payment from the township while you're seeking another township office?
I don't know anything about the person's personal life or preference, and
So you haven't heard anything like that?
What that you can.
You're not aware that anybody's planning on running? That would also be serving in that new position that you're creating?
I'm pretty confident that anybody who would be running for office in Dauphin County would follow the election laws, which means they would collect petitions between February 18th and March 11th, and after that, they would go on.
Well, I know the process,
Yeah.
Commissioner Connolly. I'm asking if you are aware
No.
in creating this new position of anything of the sort.
This had nothing to do with any election. This has actually been going on minimum since August 31st of last year. So the election last year would have been for the President of the United States.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the hiring of a new position. Okay, I think
Yeah.
your desire to not answer the question actually answers the question. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I don't really know that you've been clear about what your question is.
I think I've been perfectly clear.
Well, I'm
But that's
struggling
okay.
to understand what the question
That's okay.
is.
I also have comments on G and H as well.
You can continue.
Okay. So the approval to amend the cost sharing agreement to include part-time assistant business privilege officer. Do we not currently have a full-time business privilege officer?
I'll defer to.
Yeah, so we do, and the purpose behind that is because our finance director needs to be under the resolution for the business privilege, and that's being worked on now because of the transfer of the funds over there. That's its own taxing office, so the titles will change, and we will make sure that we handle the titles of the office properly, and that's what we're cleaning.
But are you taking that individual that's serving as the business privilege officer from a full-time down to a part-time position?
That position, no. The business privilege was budgeted at part-time, as well as it was the manager of personnel
But
as
this-
well. Let me finish. I'll finish for you. So the individual had come to us and requested that they no longer wanted to be the manager of personnel, but they wanted to stay full-time. We knew that there was a retirement and we would need another billing clerk. So essentially, both positions will assist the township because she was already doing stormwater stuff for previous years. She's pretty good at what she does. So she was resigning from a full-time. We had already budgeted the business privilege office part-time. So we essentially just took 2 part-time positions and made them full-time.
But is
to
she,
keep her on board.
On paper, is she still full-time as a business privilege officer?
We have not had a full-time business privilege officer since we redid the budget. It was part-time. If you look in the budget, the business privilege officer, when we talked about it, budget time was $25,000. When we instituted our budget in 2025, it was a part-time position.
Okay. And then on H, approval of administration employees budgeted COLAs. Can you just go through that? As far as, are people getting additional COLAs in the middle of a budget year, or?
It's what's in the budget.
Okay, it's already in the budget.
Yeah, it's the budget that's approved. The COLAs are built in.
Okay, all
Now,
right.
as far as no one has come and said, hey, someone deserves more COLA or additional duties, so I don't want to hang myself on that question, because I think it's only fair that if, as we did in the past, if we combine positions and add additional duties, I think that based upon the scale of the work that person's doing,
So-
there might be a need to increase their salary.
For purposes of this discussion, have we deviated at all from what was budgeted as far as administering COLAs?
No, this motion is strictly for what we budgeted in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Tucky.
Okay, just some questions quick. For the drone, does the township own a drone for this program, or is it going to be whoever's doing this, their personal equipment?
The township owns the
We
drone.
do?
And we'll pay for, same thing we do for other positions in public safety and fire. We'll pay for training, transportation, upkeep, maintenance. The person has a license. I don't know enough of how long the license is, but any other certifications from this point forward, the township would pay for.
How long have we had the drone?
What's that?
How long have we had this drone?
I am not sure if,
I'm just curious because I didn't realize we had a drone.
yeah, I would say in the last 30 days, but I might be wrong.
So we didn't budget for that?
I believe that.
How much was the drone?
I don't know how much the drone is.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. Well, I can
You don't
find
know
out
how
and
much
get
it
the answer.
was?
I don't, because I was asked. Do you?
But we bought 4 vehicles without board approval.
No,
We bought a drone without board approval.
Yeah.
What else have we purchased without board approval? No comment.
Yeah.
Okay. The other question again was about G. So that employee, I saw on the paper, it says full-time. So that definitely employee is considered full-time, 100%, because it says part-time on here for the assistant.
What are you talking about?
For the assistant, on G, I said G. That employee is definitely.
I didn't understand your question.
My question is, under G, that employee, you're putting 2 different things under their job title now. They are considered full-time.
2 part-times equal a full-time.
Just making sure that it's verified.
We have to come back at stormwater and make the other portion. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
One more comment. For the next meeting, I would like to know, I would like to see the billing, the receipt on the drone, as well as the vehicles that were purchased without board approval.
Because the way it's on here, it just.
All right, do we have any further discussion at this time? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. We're up to item 10, consideration of minutes.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioners had the opportunity to review the minutes from January 8th, 2025. Do we have any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Minutes are approved. We'll go ahead and turn it over to our Director of Planning and Zoning, Mr. Golden.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
For item A, the applicant did submit a formal withdrawal of the plan today, so we can take that off the list, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Item B, we do have the applicant here for the Harrisburg Mall LP, care of St. John Properties. They will present their preliminary final subdivision and land development plan. And if it's okay with you, they can come up and start their presentation.
Yep.
Okay, good evening. I'm Josh Hoffman with Pannoni Associates, civil engineer representing the plan here this evening. I have the St. John's Properties team here with me this evening, along with Charlie Courtney with McNeese and Jared Neal with Traffic Planning and Design, the traffic engineer for the project. As Zach mentioned, we're here before you this evening representing the preliminary / final subdivision land development plan for Swatara Exchange, as we're calling it, for Harrisburg Mall LP. The subject site everyone's familiar with, formerly known as the Harrisburg Mall property. Currently, Zach, could you flip to the existing condition plan? Which number is it? Should be sheet 2. Might be 3 or 4. There's a couple notes. I think it's in that overall set, the large where you had the cover sheet up there. Yeah, just flip a couple pages down.
Now. There's some steps that need to be done on their part.
While he's pulling it up, I'll continue with the presentation though. The current property that exists there today is comprised of 2 parcels. We had previously subdivided off the former Toys R Us property, and then there's the residual property with the mall that's currently being demoed. It totals about 54 acres, and it's all locating within the ML zoning district. The property fronts Paxton Street, it fronts Friendship Road in the rear, Harrisburg Street in the rear, and also Mall Drive or Mall Road. The existing lot number 2, which is the mall property now, the Toys R Us was separated. We're going to take that parcel and subdivide it into 7 additional parcels. I want to be able to show you a plan. You can go back to the rendering, that's fine, yeah. That works. So I mentioned the Toys R Us property is here. This is a parcel. This entire parcel here is about the 54 acres I mentioned. This parcel will be carved off for Bass Pro, will remain in this location here. We have a large parcel in here that will have a variety of retail and flex building space as well as office space. There is a lot here for parking for the prison. There is a lot out here that we are showing as a convenience store, a drive-through restaurant. The Applebee's property right here will remain, and then there'll be another retail building on its own parcel in the front. So 8 total lots for the entire property itself. We have the access with the proposed condition. We have like the main access in this location here, and I'll let Jared Neal with Traffic Planning Design explain some of the traffic improvements here in a few minutes. This is our main access point onto Paxton Street. We're creating a driveway, the main access driveway, which will ultimately connect back to Friendship Road in the rear. We have a couple other access points, one here that lines up with the existing access onto Mall Road. And then we have a right in, right out access here onto Paxton Street as well. Those will all require an HOP, highway occupancy permit with PennDOT. I'll let Jared explain that. The project is also served by public water, public sewer. We're working on the design of the water with Veolia at this point, and the sewer, we've addressed all the comments with your authority, and we have to submit a sewage planning module exemption to DEP, which it is in their hands for final approval of the sewage connection. So we're in good shape with the sewer, and as part of this plan itself, we're requesting three waivers and one deferral, and I will go through those individually here. Can you put up the sidewalk exhibit for me, please? Thank you. I know they're listed on the cover sheet here, but the first one is section 253-11, submission of a separate preliminary plan. What we're requesting is that we're combining this as a preliminary/final plan being submitted as one plan. Waiver number 2, section 253-19B3. It's no major subdivisions and or land development shall be created which front in an arterial street. This is a pretty common waiver within the township because of, Paxton Street being an arterial street. And then our waiver, there's a couple parts to waiver number 3. It's section 253-32. It's related to sidewalks, pedestrian walkways, or bicycle paths. We're requesting a partial waiver. What we have up here before you is an exhibit showing all the sidewalk that we're proposing through the site and what exists today. So the green sidewalk is everything. These green lines here that are shown is all the sidewalk that we're proposing as part of this project. There's some red highlights where there's existing sidewalk. A couple locations. There's one that ends right here. So our specific waiver request would be, let's just start. There's 3 different locations here. Let's just start here in the rear. So we're constructing. The sidewalk ends here right now. We're going to construct sidewalk along Friendship Road. This is part of our frontage here. And then we're going to bring the sidewalk in and through our site all the way out to Paxton Street. And what we're actually proposing here, we're proposing a public pedestrian easement to be provided so that this remains sidewalk to provide, pedestrians can get from the rear to the front of the site here. Our waiver request, or one of them, is to, instead of constructing, we're asking for relief from constructing sidewalk along Harrisburg Street. Due to topography, all the different challenges with trying to construct something through that. And in lieu of that, we're providing this pedestrian easement and pathway through the site. We've met with the township staff. We've gone through this with the planning commission in great detail. We think this is a good alternative to sidewalk along this dangerous street here as far as the slopes and the topography go. So that's one part of the waiver request. We're also requesting a waiver for creating sidewalk along our frontage of Mall Road. And if you were to drive out there today, there's basically, Mall Road, a real steep slope up to our site, and our site sits way up above Mall Road. So what we're proposing, there's already sidewalk located on the opposite side of the street in this location in front of the prison. So what we're proposing to do is to build sidewalk to connect that from where it exists today and connect that out to Paxton Street, which then you would have we're providing sidewalk all along Paxton Street as part of the project, and it provides that connectivity there. So that's the second part of the waiver. And actually, I'm sorry, those are the 2 sidewalk waivers that we're requesting. So the total lengths, for instance, there's about 2,200 feet along Harrisburg Street. And as I said, we're requesting that waiver in lieu of that, we're doing the public pedestrian easement and the sidewalk through our site, along with all these different, as you can see, there's a whole variety of sidewalk that we're proposing throughout the site for pedestrian access all over the place. And the waiver along Mall Road is about 1,410 feet, and that's, like I said, that's about the length of our frontage along our side, but we are providing, there is sidewalk all along Mall Road, which I think is a great benefit to get it out to connect it to Paxton Street. And then there's one deferral request that we're requesting. It's related to sidewalk, and this is really along our frontage here. This is the Bass Pro lot. We're requesting a deferral of sidewalk along this frontage here. There's no sidewalk out there today, but obviously that could happen. That would make sense in the future to be able to connect that along our frontage. So we're requesting a deferral of sidewalk in that location. So those are the waivers. We've gone through with township staff, engineers, addressed all the technical comments at this point. I think we're down to very minor administrative items, and we obviously have to work through all the traffic improvements with PennDOT at this point, which I'm going to let Jared speak to that. So I think I'll let him go, and then if there's any other questions at that point, I can come back up and answer related to the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt. Charlie Courtney, if I don't say something, I can't bill my time. Actually, that's not true. That's not true.
That's a rule.
So we knew when we started this project that pedestrian connectivity was going to be a huge component of the project. And we also knew the way Harrisburg Street was that there was going to be probably a need for a waiver, and also along Mall Road because of some of the slopes there and utilities. So what you see here is kind of a product of working with your planning commission, working with your staff to, while we are requesting waivers in areas where it's just not feasible, we wanted to go above and beyond to provide multiple ways of connection to get you to different portions, not only of the site, but also trail connections in the area. So that was kind of the thoughts. We wanted to go above and beyond what a project like this would normally do, recognizing that connectivity was important for the township. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jared Neal with Traffic Planning and Design. We are the traffic engineer for the project. There's quite a bit to talk about here in terms of the traffic aspect of this project, but I think I want to just kind of walk you through what we've done to date, the different agencies that have been involved, and at what level we are, or where we're at to date. So recognize that this is an existing facility, and there are already driveways, and there's already roadway improvements along Paxton Street. And those improvements may have been adequate for the mall when the mall was constructed. But because we are seeking a change here, PennDOT does get involved, and we are required then to look at all of their new standards and make sure that what's being proposed can accommodate the facility to date. So with any project that requires a PennDOT approval, we're required to start with scoping. So scoping is kind of a collaborative effort between the project team, the township, PennDOT, and the county. The process now is to complete an application that has grown in size over the years to anywhere between 60 or 70 pages to really lay out what this traffic study is going to be about. And your traffic engineer is also part of this process. So we submit it to PennDOT, copy the township and the county, and we take all of the feedback from each of those agencies, and then that's really what kind of dictates what we study. So in this instance, every driveway was part of that study, and the study really totaled 8 different key intersections along the corridor here. So that study, the scoping application was approved earlier in the year, and the first submission of the traffic study was this summer in June of 2024. Since then, the study has been reviewed twice, reviewed twice, and then just today, a third submission of that traffic study was submitted. When we met with the PC earlier in January, we talked a little bit about the comments that were left, and understanding that staff did not review the entire 1,000-page document in a couple hours. I'll just hit some of the high level comments that may have been in there, and then we can kind of move into some concept plans to show what's being proposed. Actually, I'm going to do that reverse. Why don't I show the concept plans, and then we can talk a little bit about any of the specifics of the study. So, Mr. Golden, if you wouldn't mind pulling up, it's the PennDOT, I think it's 06 that you have there. It's Programmed Improvements I-83. Let me see here. I saw it earlier. Maybe it's not tier 6. Can you go over to 5? Nope, striking out. 4. There we go. So one of the major components of this project and one of the complexities of it is the Eisenhower Interchange project that's currently being designed and right away is being acquired. And as you drive down Paxton Street, we can see the buildings that are being demoed. So a very important part of this is what we're proposing ties directly into what PennDOT is proposing. They have done a significant amount of work on their end, so we want to make sure that when these both projects come together, they align perfectly and nothing is being ripped up or reconstructed, or at least the minimum possible. So as part of that, you can see the green is really the first phase that's being constructed. Those improvements are to be done by 2030. So various parts of what's shown in green will be completed prior to that, more looking towards the western side where our site is. The two interchange points, yep, exactly, right in that area. So one way that we are making sure that our improvements are aligning is one, just being in connection and in concert with PennDOT through the process, but also we've established various meetings to meet with PennDOT, meet with the project team, and really go through to make sure their critical points we recognize and we're not changing things. Our latest meeting was this Monday, where we met with PennDOT, their project team, and I'm in the process of finalizing minutes, which I'm going to send out to your engineer as well. So just know that this is being coordinated with PennDOT, and again, it's in everyone's best interest to minimize any type of reconstruction, and that's what we're going for here. So understanding that this project, the Eisenhower Interchange, is moving forward, step over to our concept plan showing how we are proposing to tie into this project as well as provide the necessary improvements for the project. Mr. Golden, sir, if you would mind opening up in, 5? That's almost what I wanted to show, maybe 6, just to show. There we go. So what this one is showing is how we are tying together. So pretty much everything to the north of Paxton Street is going to be what PennDOT is constructing. And in our latest meeting, we kind of identified a line of like, hey, this is where everything to the north is PennDOT, everything to the south is ours. So just to speak a little bit about what's happening here. In existing conditions, starting over by Mall Road, heading across the frontage of the site, there are 2 through lanes on Paxton Street heading eastbound. That whole area, the whole frontage along Paxton Street heading west is just a single through lane. And then there's various turn lanes coming off of that. This was part of the analysis being done for that traffic study. And ultimately, this is what's required to meet the LOS standards. So you can see there's dual lefts coming into the site, which is a reconfiguration of the access point in front of the project, but there's also substantial improvements going into Bass Pro. PennDOT has their improvements as well, coming across what is shown there as existing I-83. They have a kind of a runaround right turn lane there as well. So there's quite a bit going on. You'll see both of these intersections are being completely upgraded with ADA improvements. The signals are being replaced. But it goes farther than that over to Mall Road in Paxton. We're doing some modifications there as well, having sidewalk extend along that frontage. Right now, there's a little path that kind of heads up from that intersection up to the parking lot. We're modifying all of that area to provide the sidewalk along the frontage, which is what Josh had previously spoke about. So we understand that it's important. This plan would be great if both projects came together at exactly the same time and we were out there doing the work, but we know that's highly unlikely just given the 2 projects, the magnitude of the 2 projects. So if we go back to 5, another part of this is making sure it can stand on its own. So if anything would happen with PennDOT, where this would be slightly delayed, if you recall, the Eisenhower Interchange was previously to be completed prior to the leg heading from the Harrisburg City in. PennDOT flipped that. So there could be a possibility where the interchange isn't next or it doesn't stay on schedule. So we wanted to make sure that we had a plan that would be able to be constructed and tie into the existing infrastructure without any issues. So that's really what this plan is showing, the ability to not need the PennDOT project to really sustain the improvements for the facility. So this plan that's shown here does provide all of the necessary improvements. So our study is approvable by PennDOT. We do have the roadway infrastructure to facilitate a high functioning project without the PennDOT improvements. So that's kind of the high level of what we're doing in terms of the study. I said the third submission of the traffic study was submitted within the next 30 days. I would say PennDOT will probably come back to us. We've met with them on multiple occasions. We've had collaboration meetings. We don't really foresee any issues. We've pretty much ironed out all of the items needed to approve the study. Once the township does provide traffic study approval, we will be asking for a marginal level of service waiver for PennDOT. This is not the township's waiver, but it's PennDOT's waiver. And what really that is, it's a letter that says, hey, we recognize the mall was at about 50% capacity when this project started, and now closed. And because of those situations, or mostly closed, I apologize, you have a situation where this signal operates really well because there's no traffic. And I have to look at that as that's the condition that I have to meet. Obviously that's impossible. If there's 3 cars coming out of there and there's going to be more, that level of service isn't going to match. It's not going to be an apples to apples comparison. PennDOT has a standard for that. What do you do in this scenario? I've done these before, so we know about it. I've talked to your engineer about it. Everyone's on the same page. That's really the only thing you can do here. If not, I would be putting 8 lanes in front of the mall in each direction, and nobody wants that. It's unnecessary, and it probably wouldn't ever get back to where we need to be. So I think from a process, 30 days, I would like to see the study approved, and then from there we're going to move into design. And those collaboration meetings we are having with PennDOT, those will continue on through design to make sure that these piece together perfectly. Just a couple other items that came up as part of the reviews. One was the a bus stop exhibit. We'll see if we have that one. I think we have them labeled differently. I have it was 2024-11. Yep, yeah, right there. Yep. So part of it was because Rapid Transit does have multiple bus stops in the area. One of the comments was, are we providing more? How are these changing? So this was provided with our revised study to just show where these stops are. So on Friendship Way, there's 2 directional stops in existing condition. There's one in front of the mall, right where Bass Pro is, and then there's another one on Mall Road, and then 2 more across from the apartment complex out on Paxton Street. So we provided this just to show that there are a lot of stops in this area, and those will be maintained, slightly moved as construction happens here, but for the most part, these stops will be maintained with the completion of the project. And I think there was an ask for, do we need another one on the western side? So this was provided to show that there is one next to the county prison. And the last exhibit that I have, again, just to address a comment that was brought up by the township, was a queue exhibit. So COVID kind of changed my job a little bit with the drive-throughs are super sensitive topic now. It's been taken from something that no one talks about to probably one of the biggest items of our studies. So we wanted to make sure that this facility was laid out in such a way that when the tenants come in, that they have the queuing that they need, the storage area they need to not impact any of the interior streets or the exterior PennDOT roads. So this exhibit here just kind of shows three different items. One was it shows what's available at each of the drive-through areas. Another one shows the 95th percentile queue, which is a calculation that we run. And then the last one being market demand. So what the potential tenants could be, what they look for. So this exhibit was actually updated in our recent study to really just provide a little bit more detail and information to your engineer, so he could approve what we're proposing here. I think from a high level standpoint, that's what I want to give you as we move through the design. We will be submitting those plans, the signal plans, any other items, studies, signal design studies that come through will go to your staff, which we reviewed, I guess in concert with PennDOT, and then we'll just be in touch throughout the process. So, any questions for me?
I have a comment, more of a comment. I know when I sat down with your group nearly 3 years ago, it was a completely different project, and then you came back, went back to the drawing board, and you came back with, the marketplace, which we're looking at now. And I just think it's, I want to thank your organization for, kind of taking into consideration the location, the needs of the community, as well as, your vision, and kind of combining that and really creatively laying it out. So I just want to, express my thanks. I enjoyed working with you initially at the inception as president of the board, and I've watched it evolve, and I really appreciate what you've come up with.
No, that's
Thank
all.
you.
That's all these guys back here in St. John. So, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, I feel the same way, because the direction the first plans was going in, I was a little worried about, but this is definitely a decent concept, and I agree with what Mr. Zubek stated. My only concern is, and unless I missed something when it was being shown, off of Harrisburg Street, you're not able to put a sidewalk along Harrisburg Street. But was it considered to actually put a sidewalk up to that point and coming down around the back side at the base of the hill to be able to have people not necessarily be right on Harrisburg Street, but come back down through? Or did I miss something?
Are you talking about
The other
Friendship?
exhibit.
It comes the whole way up to Friendship to Harrisburg.
Yeah,
so what we're considering here.
Like I said, if I missed something, I apologize, but I just,
Yeah, so
when I
what
was
we're,
watching, I didn't see on the back end of the property there was a sidewalk.
because of, so our pitch, obviously, like our site sits up much
Right.
higher than the road, and obviously as you go down, it gets worse. So what we've done is right here is where the sidewalk ends. So we've provided ways in through the site, and then there's connectivity to get around and get over to Mall Road, through the site, in addition to just, coming out to Paxton Street. So we've provided a variety of sidewalks, for someone to walk in and walk out to the other side through the site.
I'm just thinking, if someone's walking down Harrisburg Street, and I'm just having trouble seeing the back end of the property. There's a sidewalk on the back end of the property the whole way down through, along beside Harrisburg Street.
There's not a sidewalk. There's not a sidewalk being proposed along Harrisburg Street.
And that's
No,
why
he's asking for the interior along Harrisburg Street.
Highlight the sidewalk.
Yes, highlight your green one at the towards Zach. Yes,
Yeah,
there it is. That's it.
Okay,
It
so
won't
that
be
takes you-
on Harrisburg Street.
I
It'll be
understand.
the interior.
That's what I was saying. I watched your everything. I just didn't notice that part on the back end. So that goes along Harrisburg Street down below at the bottom of the bank, and it comes out off by the prison.
Well, it would be at the top of the bank, right? The top
yeah,
of the
yeah,
bank.
top, up on this. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But it does connect right across from the prison.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I missed that part.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. We don't have a downtown or a center of government, so obviously this is a key parcel center in the township. Was the shopping center for years, 5,000 parking spaces. I'm old enough to remember when it opened and when you couldn't get a parking spot there. People don't realize there was no Walmart, Target, a lot of these other things. But I will say this: I live on Harrisburg Street. And for years, the only sidewalk, and this is for some people relatively new. Chestnut Point had a sidewalk that went nowhere. It went from their property down, not even to the street. It just stopped short of the street at Harrisburg and Orchard. So now with the construction of 2 hotels, there's a walking pathway in there. Then we had the dental office, which is across the street from the mall property, has more of a walking trail, similar to what we had in the tech port. So I think the time that you took, and I mean, I've been in a lot of these different meetings, actually being willing to cross over to property that's not yours, because it made sense. You have a high embankment on Mall Road. Pizza Hut had, level ground. Just you may not know this, but for many years we tried to get sidewalk from Harrisburg Street along Mall Road to Paxton Street. When that was owned by the county, they didn't do it. Then a booking center came in, and then we had a connection. The prison had a connection. It hasn't been more than a couple years since the prison added more sidewalk in front of a parking area. I want to say 3 years, maybe 4, and now that came up short in a grass area going to the Pizza Hut. So you're kind of filling in a puzzle that needed to be filled in, whether you were improving your property or not. There already was problems there, but I think it's also incredible that you also can cross through now. Basically it's going to be behind the existing Bass Pro, lining up to that intersection. And I mean, I know it's not on the plans, but I'm very interested. What will the back of the Bass Pro look like? Will that have an entrance, or will that, do we know?
It's a road, ain't it?
Well, I think you're saying the west side.
Yeah.
It's going to be finished, and it's going to be integral. I mean, the facade is going to match the other 3 sides that are there. It's going to be a finished side.
But your main entrance is facing out, and that's going to stay.
The main entrance is staying.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, you're going from being connected to a mall to basically a freestand. So you have a side that you didn't really have before. That's all yours. I mean, obviously you had openings into the mall. I just was trying to picture that, but I do like the interior sidewalks. Many years, even before I was on the board, I came to meetings here, and almost all the time when somebody was developing something, they would have a story that no one was ever going to walk to their thing. We don't need sidewalks. No one's ever going to walk here. And that's, unfortunately, convenience stores, fast food restaurants. And then we ended up with problems later on. So I think you've addressed everything. As much as I would love to see, some type of connection down to the Greenbelt, it's just not possible on your side. And there's no sidewalk on the other side either. But that does have part of the widest shoulder lane. And a lot of bikes go through. But, I mean, the fact that you're allowing this, and I think I talked to Zach about this last night, these interior sidewalks and these pedestrian points stay forever, which is a concern because we don't know what business would come, so I mean that was a pretty big concession to make. So I think through the whole process you've done nothing but try to do the best, not only for your project but for the citizens that live around the site. And it is very important to us to see that redeveloped. I mean, you're going to bring new life, jobs. It was on the first slide you have. There's actually an exit gantry sign already built across the street, close to where the Nito Burrito was. It's going to direct the traffic. I don't know if you've seen that, but they already. So that if anybody wanted to see, you can see where that exit lane is going to come right in there. So it's kind of interesting that you say you're on 2 different schedules. I'm going to say by your drawing and that sign, the schedules might be different, but you're on target.
Yeah, we're close. We just have a backup plan in case they don't.
You're on target. So appreciate you've been here many times for planning commissions, other meetings. You spanned Mr. Eline, and now Zach Golden is here, and I think it's coming together a really good, great project, and you've been very professional. So thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't go yet. I do have a question. Were you going to address any of the stormwater things this evening? Were you going to go over any of those kind of like stormwater controls?
Sure, I can do that. Good point. They might not show up on that rendering plan, but what I can explain to you. So we've received our NPDS permit from Conservation District. As you know, we have to go through that because the site was very, I'll call it 90 to 95% impervious in its existing condition. We're reducing that to under 80%. So what that requires, we still need to have a few stormwater management facilities on our site. So there's a smaller one located here and there's another one located here. With all the discharge points that we needed to address where it discharges into the stream, we've gone through that with your engineer and we've addressed all of those comments and we're reducing stormwater from the site itself. And we received our NPDS permit, which is the ultimate goal, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Does anyone else have any questions or anything like that at this time? All right. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Golden.
Sure.
To go over what we're voting on.
Sure. So I just wanted to let you know that Tri-County Regional Planning, they conducted their mandatory review. They submitted that in March of 2024. As the applicant stated, Dawood has been involved. HRG has been involved. Dawood handled the general engineering and also the traffic engineering, and HRG handled the stormwater management. So there are, I broke it down into 4 waivers and 1 deferral. So I would ask that you would, number 3 and number 4, if you're on my staff memo that I provided, page 3, conditionally approve waiver 3, provided that the applicant provide a public pedestrian access easement through lot 5 along the interior road spanning from Harrisburg Street to Paxton Street, and then conditionally approve the waiver for the 1,410 give or plus or minus feet of sidewalk on the east side of the Mall Road, with the following condition: that the applicant install 189 feet of sidewalk along the Pizza Hut property or pay the fee in lieu for the sidewalk. With the plan, the subdivision land development plan, the Planning Commission recommended that you approve it with the following conditions. I won't read those, but there are 10 conditions, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the deferrals and waivers as well at their meeting on January 7th of this year. And that's all I have.
Thank you. So,
Did I get that right? 4
Yeah,
waivers
so-
and 1 deferral?
Correct.
page 2 then, or page 3? Because page 3 has 5.
Sure. So go to page 3
Yeah.
and then,
Right, 4 waivers.
yep, 4 waivers and then 1 deferral.
Okay.
Motion.
Second.
All right. Any discussion at this time?
And just so we're clear, I did that for the 4 waivers and the 1 deferral. Jen?
All right. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Those are approved, and now we'll go ahead and move on to the resolution.
Make a motion that we pass the resolution.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That's going to be resolution R-2025-14. All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for this. I apologize. I do have that too. 15. Resolution 15. Thank you. I didn't move my paper. So that's going to be resolution R-2025-15. And then you can go right into the next one if you're ready.
Good. Test. Okay. So I'll pull up the Fleming subdivision plan. This is the Joy W. and Wayne S. Fleming subdivision, preliminary final subdivision plan. This is for 91 and 101 Sylvan Ridge Road. Mr. Navarro is here representing the applicant. I'll ask him to come forward and make a presentation. I'll try to pull the plan up here.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Mr. Golden explained, this is not nearly as complicated as the Harrisburg Mall. It's a pretty straightforward plan. It has the two lots that exist, 91 and 101 Silver Ridge Road, or at the terminus of Silver Ridge Road. And Mr. Fleming, well, you can see the one lot, which is 91 Sylvan Road. There was an addition that was put on. I'm sure he had a building permit and everything. It encroaches into 101. So part of the plan here is to rectify that by shifting the property line so that the entire building is now within that lot. We are also creating some new lots. There's a third lot, I'm sorry, over here at the end of, off of Terry Drive, that was originally secure for access, but it's no longer needed. So that small lot, the labeled access lot on the existing conditions plan will be combined, and it's part of the new created lots. Newly created Lot 1. You can see that on the proposed lot layout, which we're going from those 3 lots, 2 that have residences on them, and the 1 access lot, to this configuration of 5 lots. It's been reviewed and approved, or recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. There is no proposed construction as part of this plan. This is being done mostly for state planning purposes, so we are asking for some waivers, and we're asking for some deferments, which if Mr. Golden could read those out for action by the board.
Sure. So yes, as Mr. Navarro stated, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of 2 waivers and 5 deferral requests. They're the standard waivers and deferrals. So the 2 waivers include a separate preliminary plan, and then to provide a 1 inch to equals 100 feet plan. And deferrals are to provide, defer the fee in lieu for the open space until such time as a land development and or zoning permit application, requiring curb installation, deferring sidewalk installation, deferring requiring access road design standards, and deferring the for 16 access road design standards, and then 253.27, it's the same, requiring access road design standards.
Thank you.
We're ready to move on that? Or?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go into any questions. That way, try to expedite.
I'll make that a motion.
Second.
All right. Does anyone have any questions at this time? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Yep, the waivers and deferrals are approved.
Motion for the resolution.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? So that's going to be resolution R-2025-16. So thank you. All right. We are up to item 12, approval of intergovernmental agreement between Swatara Township and Paxtang Borough for code enforcement services.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. By way of discussion, Mr. Golden, can you just give a brief overview for the public?
Sure. So the township has been providing code enforcement services and zoning services regarding zoning permits, and they have been doing building permits in the past. However, this new agreement will just handle zoning permit applications, zoning enforcement. If there's any subdivision land development plans that occur in Paxtang, we would handle that for them, and also code enforcement services. And I believe there's also floodplain services as well.
Makes sense. All right, and then just for the public, the next item on the agenda pertains to this as well. So We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
This is 5-year plan.
Yes, it is.
All right, and again, this is something that we've already been providing. So we're just continuing that. All right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So that intergovernmental agreement is approved. Now we're up to consideration of resolution authorizing and updating intergovernmental cooperation agreement for code enforcement services to the Borough of Patsang.
Motion.
Second.
All right, do we have any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So that is approved as well.
I'm a motion 14 and 15 together since they pertain to the same thing.
Sure. I'll second. Mr. Chair, are you able to give just a brief overview for the two requests for the CDBG grants?
Sure. So this pertains to the Oberlin intersection ADA accessibility project that occurred late fall of last year. There's additional inspection work that needed to be accomplished, as well as some correspondence back and forth with the contractor regarding the CDBG program. So our initial proposal, there was additional work on top of that. So this is what these two motions pertain to. Both would be 100% funded by Dauphin County CDBG grant.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this time? All right, hearing none. This is again going to be for items 14 and 15. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those are both approved. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 16, presentation by Dawood Engineering Services for Swatara Township Building Proposal Evaluation.
Does everyone have copies? Does anyone need copies for?
I have the two sheets.
Yeah. So, good evening, everyone. Dawood Engineering was requested to provide updated cost estimates for the Kimmel Brogette and Mans Woodward plans for the municipal complex reconstruction project. Dawood provided two plans for the board's consideration, one for the implementation of the scaled-back version of the Mans Woodward plans, and the other for the implementation of the Kimmel Brogette plans. Dawood did reach out to both companies for input on costs, but did not receive the requested documentation in anticipation for tonight's meeting. Both plans, why this was requested is that both plans are well over 3 years old, and though the original plans and the cost estimates included are well outdated, as we've seen in today's marketplace. So Dawood has examined the available records, drawings, plans, and correspondence to create the estimated construction costs. As you can see somewhat on the screen there, Zach, if you can zoom in slightly. The first is the reduced Mans Woodward plan, which calls for the construction of a public safety building, highways building, and as well as limited renovations of the existing administrative building with the additional site work and other fees for a total construction cost of $24,370,515. That would provide a total square footage of everything of 63,988 square feet for the township's use. The next is the Kimmel Brogette Municipal Complex Plan. Again, it outlines a creation of a public safety building, highways building, complete demolition and reconstruction of the administrative building with additional site work and other improvements to total $44,500,000 and $44,500,443, providing a total square footage of 99,645 square feet. So again, Dawood has examined the available records, drawings, plans, and correspondence to create estimated construction costs for both plans. For apples-to-apples comparisons, we use the aggregated building construction cost data from RS Means. Where applicable, we used similar square footage pricing for the construction activity and building type. It is worth noting in previous correspondence from Kimmel indicated that the new police building was anticipated to cost $375 per square foot. That means Dahlwood's estimate for use in comparison to two plans is lower than Kimmel Brochette estimated.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and open it up for a discussion.
Yeah, I have questions. The cost estimates, I'm assuming, are new cost estimates based on the information you were provided. Can you provide the original cost estimate for Kimmel Brochette?
It was. I would have to provide those numbers. Refer back to you.
I have the original, and it's nearly doubled.
Hold on.
So I would note for Kimmel's plans, particularly on the highway building construction, Kimmel Brochette anticipated to build a complete enclosed heated building for highways construction. So, and then the materials that they used were of a higher cost that's why that was included in there. As well as for the site work improvements, Kimmel Brochette's plan anticipated utilizing the entire parcel, the entire space to the back lot, which would require some underground borings and diggings and utility placement that drove up that cost.
Yes, but the original cost estimate was $26 million.
And given today's marketplace, it really just
well, I just think it's not really. It's a little disingenuous not to talk about the comparison. You said you were going to look at both, but to say it's $44 million today. 2 years ago, it would have been $26 million. So I just want to make sure I'm clear and the public's clear on the cost at the time. Thank you.
So I have the master concept plan that's dated October 5th, 2022 from Kimmel Brochette. The estimates at the time were $26,907,600 to $28,838,000. And it also says on a second sheet that you must budget 12 to 16% of construction costs to cover soft costs. So if you take those numbers I provided, multiply them by 0.12 or 0.16, that will give you your range. And it's very close to that number right there.
And Mans Woodward was $37 million, and I have that as well.
Right, that was the original. We've gone over this numerous times.
That wasn't including inflation.
Right, we've gone over this numerous times. I went back and looked through the minutes from previous years, and if everybody has their phone, you can go ahead and look this up right now. The minutes from February 1st, 2023. There's a sheet that is captured at the bottom of the minutes that goes over what the estimated costs were. As was stated again numerous times, was that there was a proposal to members of the committee that were evaluating the finances for this. It was $37 million. That was never something that was presented publicly because that was not something that we were ever going to do because we didn't have those funds. So we worked back and forth. The number that we ended at, because work with Mans was terminated because of an election and because of selecting a different firm, the number that we ended at was $28,790,490. And like I said, anyone can bring this up right now on your phone. Actually,
you can also look back at the minutes where I was specifically told by Mans at the time that they couldn't do even the it didn't include an administration building. It didn't include site work. It only included.
It includes site work. It says it right here on that document.
Okay. I'll give you that then. It only included the fire safety building the firehouse, and it didn't include and highway. It didn't include anything else. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. It's not an apples to apples comparison because you were getting an entire municipal complex for less money than we were told, $30 million to
do that math real quick.
I'm not going to go by your math.
I'm not asking.
And you had your personal. At the time, you had said, "Oh well, I'm working off of my personal notes." what are your personal notes? Why don't you go with the
Timeline
facts?
of what happened. People can reference it and look at the dates.
Well, I'm not going to beat a dead horse anymore, but I can tell you that
the minutes.
Your presentation and the narrative that you and your dad continuously put out to the public is incorrect.
To see what those numbers are.
And
But
I know that
again-
you have your story, and then there's the truth.
Right. The documents are available for public inspection. You can look it up right now, sitting in your seat, watching this meeting. But the cost estimate from Mans was dated
I'll put out
July
that information.
6, 2021, and it goes over the square footage, public safety, gross building square footage, which again, look, where's those numbers?
Zach, yeah, go to the first page again for Mans. Up a little bit more, please. There we go.
Yeah. So it has, for cost, it has 18 million for public safety. It has 4.1 million for highways, and it has 2.8 million for site work. And it has a contingency at 10%. It has cost of escalation at 3%. And it says that the total construction cost would be 28,790,490. That's the number. It's in the minutes. It's a document that was also prepared by Dawood to estimate what the cost would be.
I had a meeting.
It's available
with
for
staff.
anyone to look at right now.
I had a meeting with staff, with them. The staff that was fired could probably sign an affidavit verifying that in that meeting, I was told that even if we took out the public safety building, they still couldn't do it for any less than 30 million. So maybe inflation hit at that time, maybe it didn't, but your personal notes are wrong.
The notes that you allowed to be included in the minutes, if they were wrong, you should have corrected them. They're in the minutes for that
it's
date.
It's a matter of transparency and, freedom of speech.
It very
I allowed
clear-
you to put your
It very
comments in.
clearly says that these dates that I provided correspond with Board of Commissioners minute meeting and dates. So
you're allowed to say
anyone
what you
can
want.
look them up. The
Doesn't
dates
necessarily mean
are
it's true.
right. Everyone has a phone and can look it up. June 10th, 2020, unanimous vote to explore borrowing. July 8th, 2020, 3-2 vote, referring.
Oh, there was no unanimous vote to borrow.
Yes, there was. Go ahead and look
Did I
back at
voted
the
to
minutes.
borrow $20 million.
Listen to what I said. What I said was that it says a unanimous vote to explore potential borrowing.
Okay.
You did vote unanimously
Did I
for that.
vote to borrow $20 million?
I was going through the timeline. Would you like me to finish? Okay, thank you.
All right, can I jump in?
No, let me finish real quick. August 12th, 2020, unanimous vote for a township engineering firm to prepare an RFP. For Commissioner Zubek's part, I'll jump back. July 8th, 2020, 3-2 vote for comments made by, where it says refer to during February 1st, 2023, comments made by President Zubek for borrowing not to exceed 26 million. So again, it's captured in the thing that you allowed to be included in the minutes.
So I didn't vote to borrow the money.
It says 3-2 vote. That you're identifying yourself as one of the two. That's fine. It's accurate. Like I said. And then November 4th, 2020, property acquisition for Rainbow Hills Swim Club approved unanimously. November 11th, 2020, 4-1 vote to approve the capital improvements plan. December 9th, 2020, 3 yes votes, 2 abstentions to award professional service contract to Mans Woodward. April 6th, 2020, the contract was terminated and the third place firm, Kimmel Burgett, was selected. There's also information that pertains to the scoring, which was evaluated by staff, had nothing to do with the scoring, and that sheet is also included in there, and that was work that was done in conjunction with Dawood. So it's all available for public inspection.
I'd like to add, this spans multiple things, so I believe what you're saying is accurate, then I believe the plan changed, and you had some different information. Since
I had what I was
24,
told.
I just want to, I'm not saying, I wouldn't have access to that information, and neither would Commissioner Steele, because we weren't on the board during those 2 years.
You were on the board when you chose Mans Woodward.
Right, yes,
Yeah.
so I'm more familiar with that, I'll agree with that.
Of course.
But 2 months ago, I believe, the president after we had a long conversation about what we're having right now, the Mans project and the Kimmel project, tasked Dawood with taking the last plans that they had. Kimmel's is partly displayed back there in the corner, and Mans was given to all 5 of the commissioners in an informational setting. I don't remember the month, but possibly November, October. Okay, so basically, Dawood was tasked with taking the plan that's back there in the corner and then the 110-page submission from Mans and coming up with the price. The reason there's such a big difference in the price is and I'll explain it as briefly as possible. The Kimmel-Brogette plan started at the curb on Eisenhower Boulevard and went all the way back to the property that belongs or did belong to Hoppy Janakovich and the Zimmermans. So it encompassed this entire property in a plan. The Mans plan starts at the back door of the building. It does not include demolition of this building or changing the front. And because it was a smaller plan, one was 5.7 acres, the other one was going to be 4.4. That's why you have difference in cost site. If you're building a house and you're building a 5-bedroom house or you're building a 3-bedroom house, you can't say the prices are comparable. So the project is smaller. You can see 421, 557. In addition, the Mans plan was not going to build an entire new terminal style highway, long-term permanent building the ground structure. It was going to get our vehicles inside, and it was going to be a pole building, replacing the 3 pole buildings we have. Of course, it'll be up to date. It'll have a solid concrete slab. It'll have heat for the trucks, but not necessarily heat and office build out for humans. It will be for the trucks. The highway department was going to stay where it was. We're missing one factor here. We have 17,124 square feet of a 6-bay fire station that was originally going to have highway equipment in it. Specialized equipment that's been purchased over the years that didn't exist before, back trucks, camera trucks, things that are used for especially things that sit out in the weather. So that's why there's a big difference in the square footage. There are 2 different plans. And in the Kimmel-Brogette plan, and I'm sure it's a nice plan, but the cost of the building, the admin building alone is $20,244,000. We planned in
That's
the Mans
today.
plan.
That was not.
No, that is today.
That was
All
not,
of this is today. There
yes,
was
that's today.
I'm sure there was an escalation.
Okay.
Was it 25, 30%, whatever you guys?
At least 30, yeah.
Had it gone out for bid, it never even went out for bid. You stopped it from going out for bid. That's today's number.
It would have gone out to bid at today's number.
I just want to wrap it up.
And the difference is it didn't have an administration building. If you want to talk about the big difference, maybe you got to mention that as well.
No, it doesn't.
Mans
Right.
did not have an administration building.
Mans is not spending $20 million on an administration
They
building.
didn't have an administration
There's going to be
building.
renovations to this building because it is still functional. And you have to remember, the police
didn't tell me
department
that 8
is
years
about
ago.
54 total employees, 50 sworn off, 51. What about staff with just say 50 range, 50 plus, 53. Those employees will be leaving this building. So there never was a plan to renovate all of the existing space where 53 people were leaving. There would be renovations as needed. So it's almost like the empty nest syndrome. We'd keep the highway department, the trucks would be inside. We would have a public safety building, which I'm going to go back to this. There were 2 needs assessments done on this township that were paid for by a separate firm out of Florida. And both of them, and almost everyone else from, I never asked Chief Stauffer, so I'm going to be fair here, but Jason Umberger and Darrell Ryder wanted a separate police station. That's the way it's done almost everywhere now when you do new construction. You don't want, the criminals and their families emotional coming in the front door going to a police station. So that was the whole point of this project. And in fact, when we advertised it as a public safety center. We took bids. And when we went for grants, which we were successful with our senator at the time, getting on the RACP, it was clearly a public safety center. So we've already, and you were a part of this, we've already received $3.1 million of grant money to go towards the public safety center. I don't know that we've received anything to go towards an administration building. I don't think there is a grant application out
We
there.
did, Commissioner Connolly.
We did where? Where is it?
The 20 million you're referring to, today's number, would have included police and administration. Your plan
No.
didn't even include any of that.
No.
It was
Just
police.
to be
I'm
clear.
sorry. The police and administration was all together. The plans are in the back of the room if anybody would like to see them.
Pull them
The
out,
police,
look through
they were
them.
taken down. The police and administration were together, and there were two separate entrances. I think it's a little disingenuous of you to sit up here and draw comparisons as you visualize them to be, rather than to actually look at the pictures. And I would like, actually, for a side-by-side comparison, I would like for you to put up posters of the Mans Woodward project and the Kibble Burgett project so that people can actually see a real visual of what was included and not just this narrative and these fallacies that are being given up here.
Just to be clear for the public, again,
And I
the
don't think we
document
need
that I
another fire
referenced
station besides.
is the master concept plan that is from Kimmel Burgett. It's dated October 5th, 2022.
We were
The
transparent.
numbers
showed
that I
people
just
what
went
they were
over that they listed for the 26.9 million to 28.8 million as the low and high, well, like I said, on the next page it says budget 12 to 16% of construction costs to cover soft costs. Those numbers in 2022 made it the lowest portion that it could be is 30,136,512 up to 33,452,080. So it was never 26 million. It's very clear. This is from Kimmel Burgett. It's dated October 5th, 2022. It was not ever going to be 26 or 28
I
million.
will put it out. I will put it out to the public, and you will never know
If
how
anyone
much it was
wants to
going to
see
be
it,
because
come
you
get it.
never
Come
allowed
look
it
at
to
it.
go
It's
out
right
to
here.
bid. You
It's
would
from
never.
them.
You will
It's
never
from
know
Kimmel
that because you
Kimmel
never
Burgett.
allowed it to go out to bid.
Right, it's from Kimmel Burgett.
You
These are
yourself
their
said
numbers.
you stopped it from
These
going
are
out
their
to
numbers.
bid.
That was in 22. That doesn't include costs right now.
We were working on grants. We were working on. You never allowed it to go out to bid, and we don't need another fire station. And that's what this is all about. This is about a fire station. And even without a fire station, it could never be less than 30 million. And I would love to bring the staff back. Let them sign an affidavit. They'll swear to that on the phone call that I was on. And the pictures. I would like to see a side-by-side comparison. You told everybody in last month that they were going to see a comparison. And then instead of showing people a comparison and then putting it up for vote later, you wanted to show them the comparison and vote on it tonight.
Provide the cost estimate.
You have
This is
zero
what was going to happen.
transparency.
This was a cost estimate.
We actually went through a process and we put up pictures and people did a walkthrough and
Mans
people could
Woodward
see,
never got to that point
and,
because you fired them.
No, you could have done it
You
now.
started working
Do
to
it
fire.
now.
I have those. I believe
You could do it now. Commissioner Ellis, you were the only one that had the information. You were the and you
reached
came in
out
at the
to
very
them.
end of that
You got
Mans
the
Woodward
information.
Okay, I'm not going to argue anymore, but I will tell you
to fire them
that
in
the people in
January.
the public
They
are
weren't
not
publicly
so
fired
blind to see the
until
lack of transparency on this
April.
board.
You started work immediately, 16 days in, to work on terminating that contract.
You know what? After they said they could never do it for less than 30 million, and there was no administration building, and there was
You
they
said publicly that you
talk to
didn't
them
speak
in
to them
March.
until March.
no desire.
So in January, you've said it numerous times in
I didn't
public.
talk to them in March.
That's what you said publicly
Absolutely not.
numerous times, that you didn't have a
Okay.
meeting until
You know what?
March.
Excuse
That's
me.
what you said. I'm repeating your words.
Every time you open your
I'm
mouth,
repeating
a
your
lie
words.
comes out.
I'm repeating your words. Again, as a lie. Let me
If
find the
people wanna
page.
go
Go
back
ahead,
and
Commissioner
review
Tucky.
the
I'll look to
video,
find the page where it
People
says
can go look at the
work
video.
to terminate.
That doesn't lie. People can go look through the minutes. That
People can
doesn't
look
lie.
at this bill from Tucker Arnsberg and see that in January, 16 days after being sworn in as president, work began to terminate that contract.
Okay, I'm done. It's okay. You go right ahead and just keep throwing your lies out there, and I'll just
Right.
post what I have.
Documents.
Yep, I have documents.
Right. Go ahead, Commissioner Tucky.
You should put the pictures up on the side there, so everybody can see the difference.
Okay. Look, what Commissioner Zubek said was correct for the cost from what we were told. I listened to Look, I'm not gonna be interrupted when I'm talking. Just please, just throw that
Staff
paper.
provide you information.
I don't need that. I know already because I was here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
That's
Look,
from them.
please stop it. Please don't say anything else for now. Let me speak. You know,
Please
I've been
continue.
nothing but respectful with this board.
Right.
Okay. Look, guys, this community, okay? They're the ones paying this bill.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to stop being as fast as you are with this stuff. You're bringing up a project here that's millions and millions of dollars that we're going to be paying on for another 20-some years. You need to not just throw it all in one basket right now tonight and just throw it out there. It was stated that we were going to compare both projects. And I'm telling you what, no disrespect to you, the original people that put these projects together should be the ones giving us the current cost. It shouldn't be just, going by what our engineer's saying. It should be the company itself that we hired to give the plans to tell us exactly what this would cost. I'm tired of this stuff just getting pushed through. This is not right. It's not right to the taxpayers. And it's not right to members of this board. I mean, talk about transparency. I mean, that word's been thrown around so much over the years. This is not transparent. When we had that building project, everyone was here. Everyone saw exactly what they were going to be getting. They also toured the building. Every single area. They saw the issues. We need help to expand the police department. The highway department, I'm telling you what, let's get these plans back up, both of them. Show the public what they were getting for their money. And I do want, something like this important, this should not just be pushed through tonight. And this should not be coming from our engineer. This should be coming from the companies that we hired to give us the plans, to draw them up. We should hear from them what it would cost currently right now. So I recommend make a motion to take this whole thing off the table for tonight, and let's do this properly.
Second. Secretary Savage, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Tuckey?
Yes.
Commissioner Zubek?
Yes.
Commissioner Connolly?
No.
Vice President Steele?
No.
President Ellis?
No.
So let's be irresponsible with taxpayer
The motion
dollars.
fails.
Remember this.
Again,
Totally irresponsible.
if you look at those numbers, where were we getting an additional $20 million?
I'm telling you, I want to see it.
Yeah, where were we getting $20 million?
I want to see it from
I
the
should ask
companies
you that. You
that
were
put
the one
these
that told
plans
me
together.
borrowed
If you
20 million.
listen to what was stated, both companies were asked to provide input and they declined.
No, they
So
weren't
then
given
what?
an
What do we
opportunity,
do
I
with
believe,
that?
to actually respond, and the public needs to see the plans for both projects and see for
Well,
themselves.
one was never
And I'm telling you something else.
completed because they were terminated.
And I'm telling you something else.
Because they didn't fulfill the contract.
The majority of this public do not want a brand new fire station behind this building. It's millions and millions of dollars just for that part.
And I don't
We
think the
have-
majority of the public wants to spend $40 million on a building either.
I want
No,
to
I
see
don't
it
think
coming
they do
right from the
either.
companies
Right.
itself.
And again,
I don't think
that
they wanna
document
spend
that you refuse to
$24
look at,
million.
Commissioner Tuckey,
I
if you
already
do
know
the
it.
math,
I don't need
it
the-
shows
I
30
already know this
million,
plan.
not 26 to 33. That's what it says.
That's what
This
it
is from
says. It
them in
doesn't mean it's correct.
2022. That's what it says. Do the math.
You know what?
And again, as I stated too, regarding the bills from our solicitor, January 19th, review contract with Mans Woodward for termination options. January 20th, review request for proposals issued by Township for scope of work relevant to termination of Mans Woodward contract. If you go back to the minutes that I referenced, let me bring that up. It very clearly shows a score sheet
You can
that was evaluated by staff. No commissioners had any input on
will
that.
tell you that told me that you didn't attend hardly any of the meetings, and then you showed up at the
Exactly,
end
at
and
the last
decided you
minute.
wanted to vote.
Right, I allowed staff to evaluate it without micromanagement from me because
you
they're the
voted
ones
for
that would
who
be in the building.
told to vote for.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. I allowed staff to
You voted for
evaluate.
Mans Woodward. Yes.
So the staff members.
So you didn't even attend, and then you decided it
The
was worth
staff
the vote.
members were Manager Fosselman, Assistant Manager Kaufman, Public Safety
If you didn't
Director Ryder,
participate, why
Public
did you
Works
vote?
Director Webb, Fire Chief Iverson, Facilities Maintenance Technician Orth. That's who was involved in evaluating.
And you refuse, you
If
voted
you look at
on
the
something
sheet,
and you
it
didn't
very
even have the
clearly
information.
says that, I'm not going to say the architect that we didn't select's name, but there were 2 architects that were tied. Mans Woodward is one of them, and they had a 91 out of 100 from the score sheet. Kimmel Brogette had 86. That's from staff. That was from their evaluation.
And you came in at the end and you voted, and I was told
Kimmel
that
Brogette
directly
wouldn't have
from
been
staff.
they weren't even a consideration because they were in 3rd place. They weren't even, and somehow magically they ended up being who was selected.
Well, yeah, magically you voted for Mans, and they weren't even on the list.
Okay. Again, the public has access to those documents. I highlighted where they're found. If you care, look it up. So we've had discussion. Does anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah, I have a request.
I would like
Commissioner
to,
Steele's going to
Okay.
speak. He hasn't spoken yet.
just so we're clear on what all transpired, because I had to catch up myself. 21, we did the borrowing, and the borrowing came out to approximately 20 million. The township to date is still sitting on that money that they borrowed. And so the public understands that you have to have a drawdown on a bond. You can't just sit on a bond, and you can't collect. You're only legally by law to collect so much interest on that bond sitting, and then you start to pay arbitrage. We are already in the point of paying arbitrage. So a decision has to be made. A decision has to be made to do a drawdown on this bond, or we are in a position where we could lose the bond plus all grant funding.
May I add to your point? In preparation for the meeting this evening, I noted that the RACB funding, the 2.5 million in RACB funds that the township received was from state fiscal year 2017, and the state has a sunset date per Act 77 of 2013. That day would be October 30th of 2027. So we're pressing on that deadline to potentially lose the RACB funds.
Thank you for that. And it's probably anywhere from 18 months to 2 year build out on this building. What I've found through my research of what we've spent on architect costs, we spent $160,000 on one architect, and then we spent $1.6 million on another architect. Given the fact that we've spent this amount of money, we borrowed the money, we're going to find ourselves in a bad situation if we don't draw down on the bond. At some point, we can go back and forth all day long, but we have to make a decision. And I think today we're faced with a decision where we have 2 different sides of who wants what building. So I tell the commissioners this. One set of commissioners in 22 and 23 worked on a specific building, and that building was by Kimmel and Brogette. Another set of commissioners prior to that worked on a building which was Mans Woodward. So you're at the crossroads where we can argue all day long about the cost and confuse the public. We can argue whose plan was the best, what was in the plan. Now we're at the point if you want your plan, make a motion and choose your plan. Don't make this about politics. Do what's right, because you know you have to build the building no matter what, because you have so much grant money tied up and the bond tied up. You have to build this building. The police have got to get out of this building. If you go see the building, the walls are rotted through. So let's not make this about politics. Make a decision today, because when you look at it, both sets of commissioners had an opportunity to review both plans. So there is no rush. There is no such thing as it wasn't transparent. The public will tell you that was involved and engaged. You came in this building, you've seen the plans, you've seen it all laid out, you've seen the capital project plans that were displayed several times at meeting. That is the transparent part. If you think about it, you're over 3 years of talking about building plans. That's the transparent part. The public had multiple opportunities to voice their opinion about the building and how they feel. So the transparent part is done. This isn't about politics. I ran on this to make sure we built the proper building for the right amount of money, because we can't go in more debt to build this building. That's a fact. You know, this bond will stretch out for some time, and that's why the majority of this bond was floated to build this building. So we're at a place where, and Commissioner Zubek, Commissioner Tuckey, if you feel as though the building that you felt that you worked hard to do, that you want built, make your motion. Make your motion, make your second. Commissioner Connolly, Commissioner Ellis, I implore you to do the same thing. Make your motion and make your second. Choose the building that you want. Let's not make this about politics.
Can I just make a point?
Sure.
This has never had anything to do with politics with me. I came on this board, I ran against the Taj Mahal, and you guys spent over $1 million on plans, went out and borrowed $5 million, spent over $1 million on plans, and then Commissioner Connolly decided he wanted to spend the rest of that money on whatever else came up, and you spent the $5 million and didn't even put it toward any building. And then here we are, fast forward, and excuse me, I'm talking now, $20 million gets borrowed. And I'd like to, actually, you know what I would like to know? I would like to know what percentage of that $20 million was spent on non-building related things, because there's a limit on how much you can spend on that as well. So I'd like to know that number. Secondly, I have nothing to do with politics. I think that when you say it's not about politics, when you go door to door and you talk to people and you tell them you're not in favor of a fire station, when you tell them you want to do the right thing, and when you lie to them about the cost of the building that was presented in public to everybody, that's politics. I have never been about politics. I was about the bottom line. Well, the biggest bang for our buck. And at the time, it wasn't the $30 million and nearly $20 million on just the fire station, public safety center. It wasn't. And you can sit there and roll your eyes all you want, which I find extremely unprofessional, Commissioner Ellis.
Right.
But no, I saw it, and it's okay. You've been unprofessional. You interrupt me constantly. It's okay. I understand that my voice on this board doesn't matter, because you continuously make decisions for yourself and your dad and your cousin.
Thankfully, the public also has eyes.
I won't
and can
make a
watch
motion.
the
You know why?
meetings.
Because I care about the numbers.
Yep.
And so no, that the building we had initially looked at, inflation hit it. It's been, 2 years. It doesn't work anymore. That's okay. I won't vote for anything that I don't think works for our taxpayers. And I didn't vote to borrow $20 million. I took on a project that I inherited, and I wanted to do the best job for the township. And when I'm told it couldn't be anything less than $30 million, you blindly went out and borrowed $20 million without even having a plan. And this was about politics. This was about a fire station. That's all it was about. And you figured you'd throw something in here, throw a crumb here, throw a crumb there. When I first got on this board, 7 years ago, I ran against the building. I was put on public works. It was highway at the time. And I was told, we got to do something about the administration building. And just like Commissioner Steele said, he said, oh, the walls are falling apart. We got electrical issues. We got all these things going on. You'd be willing to have the police out of this building, but you're going to leave the staff in here. You don't care about people. You don't care about doing the right thing. And I was told that to renovate this building, it was $13 million. So it was more cost efficient to build new on the current site.
Can you cite who told you that?
I was told that it was $13 million.
Right. Can you tell us who told you that? Because you've said this in public before, but you've never said where that number came from.
Our architect.
From Martin Kimmel.
Our architect told me that. And so did the engineer. They were on that call too. They didn't push back and say, oh no, that's not how much it would cost to renovate.
Okay. And again,
so I listen to the professionals.
Right. And again.
And I have documentation. And I don't like being told in public that my voice doesn't matter and I'm wrong and I need Where's your documentation?
I've provided numerous copies.
You're going to go sit there.
Commissioners have refused to look at it.
Here's my last request.
That's comical.
My last request is that we take, whether or not that vote takes place tonight, we go around this building and we put pictures up of both projects.
Sure.
I would like that very much because you have a copy with everything that Mans Woodward put together. I have the copy that you have. Yep. Put them up. Let people see what the original projects entailed. I think it's really important for the public to know.
That's fine. We can share this master concept and we can get.
Yeah, I'd like everybody to have a copy of it.
Of Mans Woodward.
Yeah, all 100 and some pages.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, do we have any further discussion regarding this topic at this time? Go ahead.
I mean, the main difference is between both plans. The one has a firehouse, the other one doesn't. We already have 4 firehouses in our township. The majority of the public does not want to spend millions of excess dollars on another firehouse. I know that for certain. We have to be responsible with the taxpayers' dollars. And I mean, this is just being irresponsible. Coming in tonight, listen to the presentation. We don't have the actual numbers from the people we paid great money for to.
Right here.
Good money to be able to hear exactly what it would currently cost if we would have them do the job. That's what we should be doing. It's totally irresponsible by this board to proceed tonight with this without doing that and actually having the public see the differences of both plans. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And again, for the public, Mans Woodward was terminated before they could complete their project. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. That's where we're at. This, again, was discussed numerous times over the course of 4 years, into the 5th at this point. So
they were in breach of contract, Commissioner Ellis. Big difference.
That's inaccurate because they were terminated for convenience, which was a letter that was prepared by the solicitor that you hired. Terminated for convenience, not terminated for cause. If they were in breach of contract, they would have been terminated for cause. Okay. I'll find that document. We can release that as well if you're interested in that.
You can find all the documents you want.
So that was prepared by Tucker Arnsberg.
They'll tell you that they didn't fulfill the entire list.
Right, they were terminated for convenience, not cause.
If the plan that you worked on, Kimball and Brogette, you like, make the motion to go forward with the plan. Exactly.
I make a motion that we go with the Mans Woodward plan.
I'll second. Any further discussion at this time? All right.
Yeah, it's irresponsible for this board to be voting on this tonight.
I think it's irresponsible to select the project that's $20 million more.
You don't have that.
It was not $20 million more.
That is not a fact.
Again,
no.
$30 to $33 million by Martin Kimmel's numbers in 2022. Anyone can pick up a calculator, figure out whatever percentage of increase they want to, and multiply those numbers. It's higher. It's higher.
You can play with the math all you want.
It's not my math.
You can play with the math all you want.
Math.
It didn't go out for bid. Unless a project goes out for bid, that is an estimate. It's not the real cost.
Right.
So you can play with the math all you want.
It's not my math. It's the math that he provided in his master
Your dad
concept
also
plan.
said it was 50 million, like, you know,
making
back in
things
the
up.
day. Yes, no, you
It's
said,
not being made
oh my
up.
gosh.
So, okay, we have
Go
a
ahead,
motion.
do what you want to do.
We have a motion and a second. Secretary Savage, could you do a roll call vote, please?
To move forward with the Mans project.
Correct.
Commissioner Tuckey.
No.
Commissioner Zubek.
No.
Commissioner Connolly.
Yes.
Vice President Steele.
Yes.
President Ellis.
Yes. So for the public, we selected the project that is $20 million
Totally
less.
irresponsible.
You did, the public didn't.
Do you have $20 million to contribute?
Totally irresponsible.
We have $20 million, and that's what it's going to cost to build the project that was selected.
Don't need another firehouse. It would be
Right.
less.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on
And we had one commissioner said he
to another presentation regarding the capital projects plan. And again, people can turn their head that way and see all of the times that this was presented in public.
There won't be any money left for capital projects.
Do you, Mr. Carey, do you have the packets?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as President Ellis said, that we presented this plan most recently in October of 2024. There's a few updates to it that I just wanted to go over, but just highlight everything as it is. Yeah. Am I able to go down, Zach, or? No. Can you go down another one then? Sorry, are you able to pull up the PowerPoint? Sorry for the technical difficulties. There we go. I think you're still going to have to go down for me, Zach. Next one as well. So recently, at the October when we presented last, you can go down one more, please. We presented two projects that were near completion. I can happily present that, as we discussed, the Overland Intersection project, Zach, if you can go down one more, is complete. This project was funded by Dauphin County's Community Development Block Grant and provided for the reconstruction of ADA curb ramps in the Overland on Main Street at both corners of Horner and Pleasant Avenue. The grant was received from Dauphin County was $112,000, no cost to the township. And then that project was completed in 2024 of October. If you want to go down to the other project that we discussed that was wrapping up that was supposed to be wrapping up at the end of 2024 was the Chambers Hill Road Orchard Drive Signal Upgrade Project. There were some delays with the ordering and the delivery of poles to the site. I believe those poles have been on order and are anticipated for completion and installation spring of this year. Minimal cost to the township of $53,000. The township did receive a Green Light Go grant from PennDOT in the amount of $210,000 for that. Next project, the Dewey Street Road Reconstruction, Repair, and Stormwater Improvement Project. The board voted last month to convert Dewey Street, that section between 2nd Avenue and Hanshoe, to a one-way intersection due to the safety issues of the bank stabilization. I believe that the next step is just conversion of that to the one-way intersection with the addition of temporary sidewalks. The next step is to begin for the design phase of that, and that's currently well underway. Next step. The Spruce Ridge and West Road Reconstruction Project. This project is kind of on the radar because of, again, the Chambers Hill 322 infrastructure project that's going on there. It's just because of the route that 82nd and Chambers Hill is now coming out at. There is concerns with being able to maneuver safely vehicles and pedestrians through 82nd Street. So the conversion of the discussion of whether or not which project route to go with. There's been no conversations or no discussion further on that to my knowledge, but the board did receive a presentation from my colleague at Dogwood late last year regarding the status of that, the options of that project as well. There are some grant opportunities that we are currently pursuing or have the interest in pursuing depending on the route, the direction that the board would like Dogwood to go or the township would like to go in that regard. Briefly talking about the 63rd Street Bridge repairs. Again, the bridge between Grayson Road and Dairy Street, there need to be some upgrades to that identified by the county bridge inspector. There are two bridges, the part of a multiple bridge intersection roadway there on 63rd Street that needs some upgrades to it. There's been no additional work consideration from on that movement on that project at this point. The pedestrian connectivity, Highland Street is in the midst of going to be going through some connectivity projects, one between Bishop Park as well as the extension for Highland Street, and then the connectivity over to Eisenhower Boulevard. The Highland Street connectivity project is going to be letting out here later this year. There are some holdups with the historic preservation on one portion of the road, so that project is continuing, and you can go one more, sorry. The creation of sidewalks there on Highland Street, which ties into Bishop Park, that is going to be underway. The township did receive grants from Tri-County HATS and PennDOT in the amount of $403,000. Central Dauphin School District has pledged to put up $50,000 with the remaining cost to the township of $50,000 for that project as well. Then moving into Bishop Park. Bishop Park Phase 1, I know we've discussed this many times as well. The township did receive multiple grants from Bishop Park. Phase 1, and this project is also broken out into two phases, Phase 1 and Phase 2. We are still working on Phase 1, receiving final plans from H.E. Black for that to be reviewed by DCNR. And hopefully, once DCNR can get that approved, that we can present to the board in spring of this year to take that project out to bid. The DCNR grant has an expiration date of September of this year, so they're mostly for Phase 1 is just site work improvements and planning. There are some recreational installments to that as well that need to be done, but we're still on track for that to meet that grant deadline of September of this year. Again, Phase 2 is next on the list after Phase 1 is complete. Given the cost estimate for Phase 2 of $2.5 million at the time, identifying, making sure that there are grant opportunities that we can apply for in order to reduce the township's out-of-pocket on that. Anticipated timeline for that would be August of 2026 at the earliest on that. The township also has identified a number of parks throughout the township that would like to make upgrades, improvements to, or the creation of smaller pocket parks. The estimated preliminary cost for all the township parks for any upgrades is approximately $1.5 million. This is part of a multi-year plan, so this $1.5 million. The township is being very strategic, identifying parks, the immediate park upgrades that need to happen, and then identifying associated funding that the township can apply for grant-wise. First off, being Ivy Ridge Park, the installation of and the construction of soccer fields, cricket pitches, volleyball courts, trails, as well as the playground equipment, band shells, pavilions, and concession stands. The total estimated cost of that to be $228,000. The township did apply for a Dauphin County gaming grant in November of this year. We recently had a presentation to the Gaming Grant Board regarding the project, and anticipate to hear a funding decision within the coming months. So that we applied for the full $228,000. So hopefully, we'll see what the funding comes back at. Next is NHOP Park. The upgrades to that park include playground equipment, basketball courts, tennis courts, pavilion, and sidewalk improvements. That project is estimated to cost $129,000, for which the township applied for a Dauphin County Community Development Block Grant for the full amount. And application was submitted October of last year, and we anticipate a funding decision in the coming months as well. We briefly talked about this project at our last presentation for Anthony and Randolph Drive, the creation of a pocket park. This will be a carve out from McNaughton as part of their development. There has been no cost estimates developed for this project as of yet, so we'll bring back to the board once the board decides to move forward with that as well. Just briefly on the municipal complex building, the one thing I do want to note again that I mentioned in my comments is that the township did receive $3.1 million in grants. The RACP was $2.5 million, and that has a grant deadline of October of 2027. So that's something that we're monitoring. I don't think there's any considerations that could be given by the state as it's part of the legislative, it's part of the law that they have to pull that money back at that point. And given that it's an estimated 18-month timeline, that's something as well that we have to consider. Zach, you can go through two more down. This highlights the total kind of 3 to 5 year plan for the township's consideration, all the projects that have been listed, as well as the updated project cost, the township amount, as well as any grant amount that has been received. So with that, any questions?
I just have one question.
Sure.
Rupp Hill Road, I brought this up before. I've heard from businesses along that corridor. I've had residents reach out to me and tell me that they've washed out on the road on the upper side that's washed out, or that they've slid out. They've had concerns about their rims. Somebody flipped over their handlebars. I mean, it's a bad road, and it's one of the worst roads in our township. And it's also a heavily used road in our township because we have a lot of, businesses along that route. So I guess my question is, I was told now that, and we put in, the project is fully covered with the, I think we went for a Dauphin County infrastructure grant at Dogwood's urging. Like they told us, here's one of your options. So we did that. So my question is, how long? What's the timeline until that road gets fixed? Because people in the community have been asking, and I think we should know at least what the timeline would be. Because now I'm told it's on hold.
Yeah, I believe, once the board gives us the go-ahead to, there's some minor easements that need to be worked on, but...
I mean, it's not on your priority list, though. Do you not think that road's a priority? I mean, it's pretty bad. It's washed out.
I think that's unfair to John.
I just want to be clear, it's not in this budget, it has its own part.
I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair to John because John's priorities are what this board set. He doesn't set his own priorities.
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
Dogwood works for us, so I think when the board decides, our capital projects plan is out, and we can review this again as a board. But I think that was unfair to John.
Well, why are you interrupting?
His priorities are set from us because I thought it was disingenuous.
I don't think it's right to interrupt me when I'm asking questions. You can make your comments when I'm done, but you've told me to be respectful, and I'm trying my best here. Why can't the rest of the board members be respectful of my time when I'm asking questions? So I wasn't. Can I finish? So I'll rephrase. I would like to know if there's a timeline. And I would like to know, in your professional opinion, if you think that road is in need of attention.
We do work at the township, the commissioners urging.
So I'm
to answer your question is the timeline is set by the commissioners.
Well, it was a priority. Actually, I was told there was a list. Can we see actually, you know what? I would love it if you guys could provide us with a copy of that list that shows us No, there was another list.
got
You have it. It's on it. It says 26. It's just not in what he's presenting tonight.
Are you talking about the road?
No, there was
priority list?
there was another list, and Commissioner Connolly, you would remember this. It was color coded, and it had project. It was actually broken down, and it had projects that were high priority, and it had levels. And this is not the same list.
This is old.
This isn't what I'm referring to, and I'll see if I can find it in my
has the
files.
proposed years of construction and the years
My
on the capital improvement
My concern
list.
is that Rupp Hill Road is the worst road in the township. And I think that we should be doing curbing. I think we should be looking at Oberlin area. The entire township deserves our attention. And that is a major business route in our township that's heavily utilized. And I would like to see something done. And it was a priority of the prior board, and it didn't get fulfilled.
So one thing I would add is that the one consideration that we've had in contact with the roads crew is to do a road survey throughout for all the roads, state roads, township roads in Swatara Township, and that's something that I think is going to be moving forward.
Is it true that you had told us, though, like I was told, that we were told that it was going to be post 83 project? Now that's a 10-year project. Is it going to take 10 years to fix Rupp Hill Road?
The construction won't take 10 years. What was stated last time was
2030.
What was stated last time, again, if you'll not interrupt, was that we were waiting to coordinate with PennDOT. That's where we're at. That didn't change from, hold on, let me go back to the last time this was presented. That didn't change from October. We're still waiting to coordinate with PennDOT.
Okay.
If we go, and also, we also talked about at that meeting that there is the potential to change the project or what was needed because I might mess this up. It was with blacktop, it wasn't with reinforced, whatever. There was something that had to do with the actual materials, that there was a consideration of changing it so that it is a sturdier and more sustainable thing and that it doesn't rut out again.
Yeah, it was a full reconstruction that we were providing an estimate of.
Yeah, between.
But my thing is,
well, let's let Mr. I'm going to let Mr. Cherry speak to that point.
Yeah, between a lot of the issue is the stormwater coming off of 322 that is coming on to Rupp Hill and as well as to Grayson Road. And there's a lot of work that's being done, that has been done over the years for the stormwater on Grayson Road that kind of ties into this Rupp Hill Road project. But then it also goes back to the type of materials that are, I'm not an engineer by trade, but it goes back to the stormwater, or the concrete that was being used, or used, or whatever the case may be.
Mr. Cherry, your firm provided us with the cost estimates for that project and the cost for materials. So to be told 2 years later that it wasn't the correct materials or something else needed to be done, I find that unacceptable.
You're conflating two topics.
Nope, not at all.
This was in coordination with PennDOT. Is that
PennDOT was delighted
correct,
that we were
Commissioner
doing the
Steele?
project.
That there was a meeting with PennDOT where it was recommended that it be a different material.
Correct.
So you're conflating two issues. Yes, that would have been fine before, but when it was designed before, there was no meeting with PennDOT. Now there is. We have new information. Well, we have new information from PennDOT. So that's why it was placed on hold, so that we don't spend $1.4 million. And that was not a grant, it was a loan, so that we don't spend $1.4.
There was a partial grant with that as well. Yeah. And I can also give you the documentation because I have that.
You mean a partial grant with Rupp Hill Road?
I have it. I have the documentation.
Right.
We had two votes on that, and I do have it.
It's an infrastructure loan. There was
the
they cut
option.
some interest or something.
There's an infrastructure loan.
We got a grant.
There was a loan. The project is being funded by a loan, but there were some conversations with the county because we also applied for a TISIP. I can go into the abbreviation for a $300,000 grant. But those two, because of how the project was designed, because we already designed it, and so the township didn't incur any additional costs, we could no longer use the TISIP funding, so that it's all a grant, or it's all a loan at this point. So yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions regarding the capital projects plan? thank you for your time. We appreciate you bearing with us and going through that. And we look forward to getting more things checked off that list.
Take care, John.
Thank you. All right, we're up to item 18, a solicitor's report.
I've been waiting all night. Just a brief report tonight to remind everyone back in December, excuse me, I had indicated to the board that based on Robert's email at the time, some review of the zoning ordinance for some changes that would be forthcoming related to data centers, short-term housing, and there may have been one other item as well. We are on track to hopefully send out to the commissioners a draft as it pertains to the data center item, because that's moving along a little quicker than the other two. Aiming for the end of this week, early next, but the goal is for the commissioners to authorize advertising that ordinance at next week's meeting. That would start the whole process under the MPC. It has to go to the Planning Commission. There has to be a period of time for those comments to come back. Notice has to be posted at the properties, etc. All of this to say the goal would be to have the public hearing at the April 2nd commissioners meeting for actually making the changes to the ordinance. So look for that from my office in the next few days. Any questions, you can feel free to ask me or bring it up at next week's meeting, but next week we'll be looking for that authorization to start the process formally moving forward.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Tuckey.
Anything that's being advertised, everything that's being advertised, is it being put on the website also and all social media for the township?
I believe that a requirement for public inspection.
I'm just asking you.
I'm asking as well.
There's two options. With such a large one, I would suggest a summary is what gets published in the actual newspaper, and then the township has to keep a full copy of the proposed ordinance on file at the township. That's the requirement. Anything beyond that would be up to the board to decide what you want to do. If the newspaper would request a full copy, you would have to send that. For random reasons, you also have to send it
We
to
could put it on the website.
the law library. But
Like
yeah,
we could-
you
a link.
can.
Yeah.
Once you authorize advertisement, you can do
Yeah, that's fine.
as much as you want beyond those bare minimum requirements.
Go ahead.
Just moving forward, I'm just asking for that to be done automatically with
That's fine.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Do we have any other questions regarding the solicitor's report? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 19, consideration of a resolution, acknowledgement of deemed approval of Smith Land and Improvement Corporation's conditional use application by the Swatara Township Board of Commissioners. I'll go ahead and ask Solicitor Cocorese if you could give an explanation of why this is necessary to the public. I spoke about this, as was referenced, briefly in my comments in January of what predicated all of this and why we're here.
Sure, I won't recap the entire history because thankfully it all predated me. But at this point in time, a complaint has been filed by Smithland against the township, essentially seeking a court to order that they have a deemed approval. As I understand it, Solicitor Weiland at the time has weighed in on this on more than one occasion with some detailed information for the board, but the short version of the very long story is that based on the timing of everything that transpired in the past, when they submitted their original application and when the township took certain actions or then did not take certain actions within the statutory time frame, Smithland pursued what's called a deemed approval, which essentially means they got the approval without any hearing being held because the hearing did not occur within that statutory limit. There was some additional argument back and forth about whether or not that was in fact true, but as it stands today, the court most recently has essentially confirmed that it is. They filed the complaint after additional negotiations with the township did not lead to an amicable resolution. in the traditional sense. So the actual resolution before the board this evening is essentially just acknowledging that they have their deemed approval and avoiding the additional expense and time of a legal fight that, in the solicitor's office opinion, would not have resulted in a positive outcome for the township at this phase. So this is kind of the end of the argument over whether they have that conditional approval or not.
With that complaint that was filed, there were 3 things that were requested. This is one of them. Do you know what the other 2? I'm looking, I have it up, but it's a lot of pages and I'm trying to skim through and I'm missing it.
I can try to find that. Are you referring to the initial letter that was sent or the actual complaint?
The actual complaint. Because it's very long. It goes through everything.
Yeah.
Is it covered in your 3, 4, and 5? Were those the main?
No.
No.
No, there's more to it than.
Yeah. Oh, I found it. It says, wherefore plaintiff Smith Land and Improvement Corporation respectfully requests that this honorable court, A, enter judgment in mandamus ordering that Smith Land's conditional use application be deemed approved as filed, order the Board of Commissioners of Swatara Township to issue a written resolution recognizing approval of Smith Land's conditional use application, and order the Board of Commissioners of Swatara Township to review any final land development plan which may be filed consistent with MPC section.
Yep.
I'm not going to list out the sections. Order any other relief this honorable court deems appropriate.
Yeah, so those items were what Smithland was requesting the court to do. By the board passing this resolution tonight, we're effectively eliminating the need for 3 of those 4. The only remaining item would be that they do still want the board, obviously, to consider the actual land development plan that would follow, and that would follow the ordinary procedures.
Right, and again, for the public, the letter that I read last month, it very clearly states that they will seek damages against the township, they will seek attorney's fees, and they will seek damages against us personally for defying the order of the court system at this point. So that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. So I will entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
Make that a motion.
Second.
All right. Do we have any discussion at this time? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. So that is approved 3-2. Not a decision that I would make, knowing again that they may seek damages personally. But
Well, I would not have anyone
Well,
threaten us
it's not
for protecting
personal.
the public. And if they want to sue us,
It's
sue
not
us.
personal.
You protect the public. You do what's right.
right. We've done all that we could to do that.
Yeah.
We've done all that we could to do that.
Not completely.
So
How do you
we'll
fight
go ahead.
the
We're going to
PA
move on
State
to
Supreme Court?
item number 20, approval of agreement for sale and purchase of real estate, Reliance
No, it's
Hose
not.
Company
You
number
need to
1.
just stop.
I'll entertain a motion.
Where you at, 20?
20.
Motion.
Motion. A second.
All right. Any discussion?
I'll give the discussion background. We were approached by the representatives of the fire company with a concern, and they wanted to know if we would purchase the building. We had a letter from them, I believe it was June 7th. We talked about it at a couple.
Have it up. June 5th.
June 5th of, the letter was dated June 5th?
June 5th.
Did we talk about it at a meeting on June
No.
7th?
No, we spoke about
Okay.
it.
We got a letter in June. We talked about it at a meeting in June. I don't know the exact date because I don't have a calendar in front of me. Or I,
Yeah,
as
we
the,
spoke about it.
okay,
It was on the agenda in September.
okay. So the
September
letter came
11th.
in June. Talked internally to the solicitor. I apologize, I had the timeline wrong. Waited for some back and forth conversations with the fire company to make sure they wanted to do this. Was approached a second time, confirming that they wanted to do it. That must have been the time between June and September. And then in September, if you have I don't have anything up, so if you have the public part of what happened
Yeah,
then.
the board voted to advance the process of taking ownership of the fire company on September 11th, 2024.
Okay. And I will say there were some people in the public that had opinions as to why it was happening and what was happening. But we did have a representative from the fire company come here and say that it was the fire company's idea. They want to do it. They think it's the best thing. Personally, as the chair of public safety, I think it's a great thing. Give us a long-term presence in that area of the township. We're hoping to make improvements to that building. We're on a path that we have paid part-timers. They would staff there. We did research on response times and how having 2 stations, minimum 2, not that it was only 2, but 2 stations was very good for response time. There was misinformation that there was only going to be 1 station in the township. Obviously, the township wouldn't be purchasing a second station, which we only own 1. Again, there's misinformation sometimes that we have 4 and 5 in the township. We actually have more than that. If you're talking about the physical building of the older, in my neighborhood, you have Enhart and Overland Gardens. Buildings still exist, but they're not fire stations. But anyway, it's recommended by Rutherford. It went through conversations with fire officials, Chief Iverson, myself as the oversight of the board, and the fire service board. We see no reason not to do it, and we're at the point in time that basically 6 months last year, 2 months, we're 8 months into it. They have not changed their mind or changed their wishes or concerns. So that's kind
Just
of
to
where
add to that, in the letter that was received on June 5th, it states that at a regular meeting on May 14, 2024, the Reliance Hose Company, by majority vote, approved the board of directors to release the property located at 6600 Dairy Street, Rutherford Fire Station, parcel 63-021-106-00. And it sets that the other parcel, which is 63-021-107-00, is not a part of this agreement. So that was a question that was asked before.
So you're just purchasing the building and the property it sits on?
Correct. The firehouse.
I do just want to make a comment.
Go ahead. Yep.
I never saw that letter. I know we did discuss it, but I never saw that letter. But I do want to just make a couple points. The communication has not been there with any of us on the board. I'm not sure what conversations took place but I did hear from some residents who, reached out when they saw it on the agenda, and they weren't even aware that these conversations were taking place, and they weren't aware that there were discussions on purchasing the station in their, immediate vicinity. And then I've also heard from even some prior members of that fire company, as well as some current members, that they had concerns, and they didn't even know when the vote had taken place or what was really transpiring. So I have some reservations. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but I haven't had an opportunity to really delve into it. And it would have been nice to have a copy of the letter, at least, so I could see it and do my due diligence. But for that reason, I do have some concerns, and I just want to let the residents know that I'm not,
I'm looking it up.
that I think as much information as possible to help us make informed decisions on this board is crucial. And I've really been feeling left out of the process.
I'm looking up the packet that was sent out on September 10th, the day before the meeting.
I am in support of supporting the Reliance Homes Company. Obviously, their membership got together and decided that they wanted to turn their building over to the township. But I think what the public really needs to know is essentially your tax dollars already pay for all their bills. So,
just keep going.
I mean, if you want to come to the podium at the end of the meeting, come and talk.
Just keep going.
Bring up the past minutes when my brother was there who gave you the fire company, because he did not have the letter at the time. You asked for it. All of you people asked for it. He did not have it. And it's specified.
Just continue your comments because this is the Board of Commissioners meeting. Right. You can just continue. You have the opportunity to speak again at visitors' requests and comments. We have to conduct the business of the township.
So the Rutherford Fire Company and its members voted to turn over the building to the township, obviously for $10. The same thing took place years ago. This is nothing new. This has happened before. And I support the Rutherford Fire Company, their fire chief, and their president, and their members. And I respect their decision. I'm not going to trifle in their decision if they want to turn their building over to the taxpayers.
I do want to reiterate that I have and always will support the Rutherford Fire Company and its firefighters. And a vote on a building has nothing to do with whether you support Rutherford Fire Company and its firefighters or not. And so I don't want people to get the wrong impression that this is about whether or not you support the firefighters or the fire company. I mean, I know that's obviously the way you're spinning it, but the truth of the matter is that I was a firefighter. I love the fire service. I love the people in the fire service, and I will always be supportive of the fire service. And it doesn't mean if you have a differing opinion that you're not supportive. And I think that it's disingenuous of anybody to insinuate that. Thank you.
Right, and for the public, the letter was provided to the Board of Commissioners in its entirety on September 10th, 2024. Go ahead and check your email. It was included with the agenda and materials.
Okay.
I sent the email. The time is 3:06 p.m. on September 10th, 2024. So you did have the letter. You've had it since September.
And when did it come out? The
You've
letter?
had it since September. I gave it with the materials when I had it. I didn't have it prior to that either. So
Okay.
September is when it was sent out to everyone on this board.
Okay.
Go ahead. Not
okay.
you, Commissioner Tucky.
The problem I have with a lot of this stuff, and we stated it in other meetings exactly what I believe to be 100% accurate. The whole reason they're selling their fire stations because they want to have part-time paid firefighters in that building. And the chief stated very clearly, plenty of times, he would not allow paid staff in that building unless if he owned it. Deb Harvey at a fire board meeting stated very clearly that this was all planned out beginning of last year. I'm sorry. She stated it very clearly. It was in end of January last year from a conversation she had over breakfast with the fire chief. Not only that, it was stated about the plans for Chambers Hill to shut it down, the plans for Bressler to close them, and then the plans to buy Rutherford's fire station. This has all been plotted out for a while. I understand the narrative is that the fire company wants to have this happen. Not all the members, I don't believe, were involved in that decision. And I'm for the volunteer firefighters. I'll do anything for them that I can. It's not about that. And it's not being political like you keep saying, Commissioner Steele. It's plain and simple what I believe is right. And there's a lot of stuff going on. You're pushing your agenda through to, just like the building project. I'll say it during my comments. So, majority of the public does not want a brand new firehouse. And the majority of the public does not know what truly is going on behind the scenes. And I'm really getting frustrated and tired of this agenda. A handful of people want to keep pushing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And just again for the public, Chambers Hill Fire Company was taken out of service in 2022. We've been out of service since then. So to say that that had anything to do with myself, Commissioner Steele, or Commissioner Connolly.
I didn't say that.
You did.
I know. I said the chief stated that.
Well,
the chief.
you
You're
did.
not the
And
chief.
it was
I'm not the
stated
chief.
earlier as well by Commissioner Zubak.
That's exactly
I
right.
didn't say that at all tonight. I didn't even mention Chambers Hill tonight.
You did earlier.
Really? Well, we should go back through the video.
Absolutely will. You did.
Absolutely not.
And again,
Commissioner
we're doing
Hollis.
everything that we can to work with Chambers Hill as well to
Now,
try to get them back up.
I'm saying things I didn't even say. I didn't even open my mouth about Chambers Hill one time tonight, but I said that earlier.
Yep.
Gaslighting. Is that a popular word on this board?
It's a recording.
It is recorded. We'll find out.
We will. Go ahead.
If anybody's still watching this meeting, I'd like you to go back through the video and let me know.
Before we're ready for a vote, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
$10.
$10.
Can we call for the vote?
Yes. So this is for the agreement. The information was presented. We've gone over it.
Well, okay, let's call the vote.
What's it hurt? Tell the public about the document.
I did. We
How much?
talked about it
Okay.
again. We talked about it in September of last year. The information was presented twice now publicly. So what more can I do? I presented it. You had the opportunity. You did. You had the you had the opportunity to speak ahead of time. That's why the comments are where they're at. That was something that I did when I got on this board from taking a training where we moved the comments up so that you can come up then. You had the opportunity. Your husband came up and spoke. You had the opportunity to come up and speak then. You had the opportunity to come and speak then. Okay, that's fine. That was your decision. That's fine. That's fine. That was your decision. But okay, we're gonna let Commissioner Tucky go, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the vote.
I'd just like to respectfully ask. It doesn't hurt to have one or two people come up.
I have to keep order of this meeting. It's extremely difficult to do with the way that our discussions go. That is not how this works. There is a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting before anything is voted on, and that is by design. Again, that's not how it always was. It used to be after the minutes and things like that, and this board took votes. That's not best practices. I requested it be moved up when I first got on the board. That's why it's there before anyone votes. You have the opportunity to ask whatever questions you want at that time.
Point of order. Point of order.
And I did.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I did.
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Can we get back on the order of business and call for the vote?
Yes. Secretary Savage, can you do a roll call vote, please? The agreement for sale and purchase.
Commissioner Tucky?
No.
Commissioner Zubek?
No.
Commissioner Connolly?
Yes.
Vice President Steele?
Yes.
President Ellis?
Yes. All right, that is approved. Now we're up to the resolution, approval of agreement for sale and purchase of real estate for the Reliance Hose.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I'm going to read it again because I was back on 20. Consideration of resolution, authorization, and execution of the purchase of the Reliance Hose Company number 1. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this topic at this time? All right, hearing none. Secretary Savage, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Tucky?
No.
Commissioner Zubek?
No.
Commissioner Connolly?
Yes.
Vice President Steele?
Yes.
President Ellis?
Yes. That's going to be resolution R-2025-18. We're up to 21, approval of MOU with AFSCME for local 2944 for health insurance opt-out.
Motion. Second.
Is that not you? I'm sorry, I said that wrong.
So what was it, 18?
It's 19.
Number
Yep.
21
I have
is
18
19.
twice on my page.
18. Bless
It's
you.
19.
Bless you.
Okay. Vice President Steele, would you be able to give an overview of the health insurance opt-out, or Solicitor Cocorisi? That's fine. Somebody.
Sure. This is an MOU with AFSCME, who represents the Highway Department employees. In the process of negotiating the police contract, we agreed to offer an opt-out payment for employees who would decline to enroll in the township's medical insurance benefits. That is not something that we worked into the AFSCME contract at the time, but it is something that we are proposing to enter into with them as an amendment to their agreement now. Simple reason being, it is far less costly for the township to pay employees a sum of money to decline the insurance than it is to actually pay the cost of providing the insurance. It's purely optional. Any employee can choose to take advantage of this program or not. There's some particulars with the timing of the opt-out and the payments that I won't get into, but just for those interested in the numbers, it's $5,000 for declining the single coverage, employee only, or $10,000 for declining the family coverage. If those numbers sound large, each one is at least 3 times as much for the township to actually pay the cost of the coverage instead. So that's pretty much it for this MOU.
I have a question.
Just for the public, it's for consistency with something that was already negotiated with the police. It's to allow other employees the opportunity for this opt-out as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Zubek.
Just for my own edification, do we know approximately, have we kind of like done any poll or anything? Do we know how much interest there is in opting out? Or if there is going to be any, estimate of cost savings?
I believe they're who negotiate.
Interest, you said?
Who's going to, how many people are interested?
They've already showed that they wanted to opt out.
Yeah, they brought it up.
Yeah, they brought it up during the
brought it to
contract
us.
negotiations that Vice President Steele and I were involved in. It initially started with the police department, and mainly people had an option at other coverage. So a spouse, or if they had military or something like that. So they felt that it was worth pursuing. It happens in other places. And then the amount was negotiated. And then once it was in with the police, it was only fair because we bargained the same contracts at the same time with the highway people. But just again, there was interest also from highway as the process went on. I can't tell you the numbers, and I guess it could change.
The same union person asked for the same thing at sewer as well, so it was straight across everything in the township.
Do we know, by any chance, if any of the police officers to date have taken advantage of that opportunity?
They have.
Okay, do we know what the cost savings was there by any chance?
A family is roughly about $28,000 savings for the township per opt-out.
Okay, so if we've had like 5 police officers.
The last number I heard was 3, but I don't know if it was 3 officers with single coverage opt-outs or 3 with family. But
so that's $30,000 in savings potentially?
No, we're at more than that because I think there was 3 at highway.
Minimum?
Yeah.
Is that like minimum?
The savings...
Average?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Average is at least 25.
Yeah, the savings for the township for someone who opts out of family coverage is over $20,000 per opt-out. So if everybody opts out, that's great for the township. If nobody does, it doesn't cost us any more.
Yeah.
We just continue providing the benefit.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I was just asking. Yeah, thank you.
Great question.
The hope is that more employees will realize the benefits of taking money in their pocket, and this will become more popular over time.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of families that have more than one person working, then they might want to take the other person's insurance. So it's a good idea.
And I'll take the opposite view, but I would hope that people have the coverage so we know that they have. But as long as if they're opting out and they have coverage elsewhere, then but we want to provide the best coverage that we can as well.
Absolutely.
And to your question, Commissioner Steele had already raised it in finance that after tonight, and we see how many, we were going to come back to the board with a report. So I think I would expect that like maybe June.
Great.
Because a lot of them are just kind of hearing about it now. It was a possibility, and now it can happen. The police were a little farther ahead. And it's a serious discussion. They're not going to make a snap judgment. So if there's 3 police now, it could go to 5. You could get a couple highway. But we actually talked about showing what that cost savings would be.
Great, thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments regarding the MOU? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the MOU is approved. Now we're up to, I'm sorry, I put you at the end. Chief Stauffer, approval of traffic study and request to PennDOT for speed limit reduction at Orchard Drive. I'll entertain the motion and second, and then we'll allow you.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, and then if you could give an explanation for the
Sure,
public.
I'll keep it brief. So what we're looking for is board approval to approach PennDOT with a request to reduce the speed limit on Orchard Drive. That's the street that sits right in front of Steelton High Spire High School. What's interesting about that road is that one section of the road belongs to the township and the other section of the road belongs to the state. It wouldn't make much sense to reduce the speed limit on just the township section, and it wouldn't make any sense to reduce the speed limit on just the state section. So we have to put this through the township and through PennDOT. I would say that it would be might make more sense to ask PennDOT if they're willing to reduce the speed limit before we address it on the township side. So that's what we're trying to do tonight, is just seek your approval to approach PennDOT to get their permission. I'm not sure how long it will take them to either agree with that or disagree with that. Once they do, then we would bring this back in front of the board to request that the speed limit be reduced on the township section of the roadway. This is the entire section of Orchard Drive between Kelker Street and Reinders Street. And the reason why we're looking to reduce the speed limit there is because of some safety concerns at a driveway that leads down into the school. There's a limited sight distance trying to come out of that driveway, and the lowered speed limit would allow for a shorter stopping sight distance, which would improve safety.
And just for the public, it's currently 35 and we'll be going down, hopefully, to 25.
Correct.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions or comments at this time? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We're up to 24 appointments to boards and commissions. This is on the agenda every meeting. Don't have anything at this time. We'll move on to item 25, visitors' requests and comments. Please come to the podium, state your name and address, as well as write it down if you haven't already spoken, and then you may begin.
Mary Clausen, I was up here before. I just wanted to offer clarification on Chambers Hill Fire Company. While the apparatus has been out of service much of the last couple of years, as you pointed out, we have been working on a comeback, and the last few weeks, in fact, we've been staffing the station. We had 4 people there today staffing, and 2 firefighter 1s and 2 firefighter 2s, by the way. And we didn't have any calls during that time, but we spent the whole time working on some of the mechanical things with the engine and going over air packs and so on. But we've been staffing the last couple of weeks. We'll be staffing on Friday again, and we're doing the best we can to be strong and to come back. So I just wanted to clarify.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other visitors' requests and comments?
Again, Joanne Siebert, 799 High Street in the beautiful village of Bressler. My only request right now is when you get to number 27, Commissioner's Comments, if you would please, that's right. They always keep, yeah, but they have to keep me on my toes. So, all that is holy, please, when you make your comments, don't repeat what you've already said. We've sat through them, and the people, if they're still awake, has sat through them. So, keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and come forward.
Chris Freeze, 3800 Bristol Street. First of all, Chief, thank you for the obvious and not so obvious patrols on Dairy Street, because it goes noticed with that stuff on Orchard Drive.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Madam President, 16A, what's the number that was authorized for that?
At this point, you're asking what the cost estimate is? Are we talking about? Let me go back to
The cost of the building.
the cost estimate. Yep, hold on one second. Let me go back to my doc.
What's he want?
Cost estimate for Mans Woodward. I got it, you're good.
Isn't it 24?
It's $24,370,515.
24 what?
$24,370,515.
Okay, and that's going to be the total cost.
That's the cost estimate at this time. With
So that's not the final cost.
that's we're going to do our best to keep it at that, obviously. Yes.
Okay. Now,
And there were different costs of escalation and things like that factored into that number.
what do you mean? You have escalation on top of that?
It's included. It's included.
Okay.
It's included in that
All
as
right.
well. Yeah. What was
Now, I occasionally come to the meetings, and I've noticed that we used to have a pretty good design or whatever. And for the life of me, I don't remember the first one. So could you just answer a couple questions?
Yes, and I just want to say you're correct. The first one was never presented publicly because the plan was not completed.
Oh, good. I didn't forget.
No, I said it numerous times tonight too, so you would have heard it multiple
All
times.
right. Okay. So there's going to be a firehouse on this new property.
Correct. Public safety building, which includes police and fire.
And EMA.
And
where are the
EMA.
police going?
In the public safety building, it will be in the parking lot of the Rainbow Hill Swim Club pool.
Okay. And the road crew's going in there too?
They'll stay in this building.
And administration offices stay in there?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb Harvey, 105 South 47th. I apologize for my outburst earlier. I'm passionate, as you all know.
Understandable.
So in September of 24, I came to this podium and I requested to see the contract between Rutherford Fire Company and you. And at the time, you all sat here and said, we don't have a copy yet.
It was not created.
And I said, that's fine, but when you do, may we please get a copy?
Yep.
We didn't get one. You
Again,
didn't discuss it at any of the meetings?
Right. I just want to say that it is not a practice of this board to provide documents that are not acted on. It's not an official document.
You told us that we could read the copy of the proposal. That's what we were asking for.
I'll go back and review the minutes. Or I'll go back and
contracted.
review the meeting.
Okay, we knew that it wasn't, I don't want to argue with you about
No,
this.
I'll go back and review the meeting.
My concern is, okay, there's nothing we can do. There's never anything the public can do. And we all know that. We still try to come or listen to the meetings because we do care about the residents and we live here. So my question tonight is, Rutherford Fire Company, Reliance Host Company number 1, sold to Swatara Township their fire station and the parcel that it sits on. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, so
If I could just clarify
parcel
one
number
thing.
again.
yes, please.
Technically, the agreement has just been approved, but no sale has actually occurred yet.
Right.
There are details and a process still to play out within the next, I want to say 90 days, give or take. But the plan is they would be selling the property in the common sense of the word, building parcel to the township.
One parcel?
Correct.
Correct.
Just the parcel that the building sits on?
Correct.
Would you like me to read it again from the letter?
I would love to have a copy of the current contract proposal that hasn't actually been signed yet, because we have a right to know that. We have a right to know what is the language in that proposed contract telling we, the residents, what does Rutherford Fire Company and the residents of Rutherford, Longford Acres Lawton, Oakley, Lankerman, what do we get for a $10 sale of a firehouse that sits on property that's probably at least $750,000 in tax revenue? So what exactly are we getting? Are we getting, like, day one when you sign that contract, are we getting paid firefighters in Rutherford? And if so, is that 24/7? Or are we getting, well, if we have enough firefighters to cover Station 91, then we'll send some out to Station 91.5. I don't understand, what was this proposal about? I get it, the Rutherford Fire Department said they're getting older. I totally get that. They can't be interior firefighters. They don't have enough volunteer firefighters. They were looking for an out. I don't oppose that statement. I oppose not knowing, as a resident of the township who pays taxes, who depends on a fire company on our end of the township as well, I would like to know what it is are we getting. So maybe you, Shane, as the chief commissioner, could you tell me what fire service, what quality, what quantity can we as residents and taxpayers expect to see upon signing of that contract?
Yeah, I was going to say, can I send the documents now that it's been voted on?
Now that the document
Yeah.
has been presented at the public meeting, it is a public record.
If you
upon
want an
request.
electronic copy, write your email address down there and I'll email it to you so that you have it.
That's both. That's the resolution and the agreement.
And then in here,
That's our packet.
answer correct to how many firefighters will be stationed there, how many hours.
You'll have
I won't
the
know any
answer.
of that.
You'll have the answer
When-
that's in the agreement. That's
when-
what's voted
When
on.
can we know that we're going to have adequate coverage? Because right now, we know that, and it's not just our township, there is not always adequate fire coverage in any one given area. There are people scratching. I get it. Lack of paid guys, lack of volunteers, the combination. I get all that. However, there has to be a way to resolve all that. And I was just wondering, what good does it do our township to purchase another fire building, if we don't know that we can cover it adequately? That's my main concern. So you're sending, let me rephrase that. The fire departments in our entire area are on dispatch, sending pieces of apparatus out with one guy, sometimes two guys, and hopefully 3 and 4. And there are times when you guys have 3 and 4, and I applaud that. But the times that we don't, that's less coverage for us. And I think as taxpayers and residents, we have a right to know what's going to happen now that this change is occurring.
You don't have an answer at this time, obviously, but what I will say is that this will be working towards increasing the coverage.
I get your point.
Yeah.
How are you going to do that when you can't staff one station adequately 24/7?
Again, the only thing that I'll say is I believe more information regarding this will be provided at a fire service board meeting rather than right now.
Well, the last one was just canceled, so we couldn't come and ask.
Understood. There'll be plans and things like that that can be presented at that time, and then those things
in the
can be
meantime,
presented
you're
publicly
gonna
as
sign
well.
the
So that
contract, right? You're going to sign the contract, right? Go ahead.
No, I was
Commissioner.
gonna say, I was at the fire service board meeting, and the announcement was if we needed to have a meeting in January, we would.
And we didn't have
I
one.
never heard that there was a meeting in January, so nothing was canceled. It just wasn't.
Well, it wasn't on the website. I'll restate that. So we didn't have one, correct?
Yeah, there wasn't one. But I mean,
So we didn't have the opportunity to come and ask questions before tonight, is what I'm saying. Sorry if I confused you. But there are $10 sale of an entire fire building that's recently been remodeled. I don't even know what the cost to remodel that company was. I'm sure it was, it's a beautiful station. It was before. It is now. There's a beautiful station at 91, that's been remodeled too. Now what?
I mean, it
Just
makes me
so
proud
you-
of those
That one
firefighters
was-
that they would sell it to the township for $10. They
Just-
weren't looking for, sell it for 800 or
For-
700. Whatever you
the-
say it's worth,
Hold
it's
on,
worth a
hold
lot
on,
more
hold on.
to the township as a fire
The
station.
letter that was sent on June 5th, 2024, from the fire company.
Yes.
It says $10 in there. We didn't set that price. So just so you're aware, we didn't set
Oh,
that
no,
price.
no, and I never insinuated
Okay,
that
and
you
I'm
said
just,
that.
for the public,
I'm
since we're talking about it, I just want to make sure that that's clear.
I'm actually flabbergasted that a fire department who worked so hard for 100 and some years to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, get rid of the drunks that were on there. It took us years to do all that. Build a brand new station. It's gorgeous. I mean, I don't even believe that you would sell something like that for $10, not to mention the big parcel of land that it sits on. Who does that? What do they get in return? That's why I'm here asking. In return, are we getting guaranteed fire coverage?
I think we've already addressed that answer is not able to be provided this evening because.
But have you discussed that? Because you should have
on
during.
fire service board meeting. Yes.
Haven't you discussed? Yes.
That's been discussed.
So what
Again, previously, just in general of trying to make sure that we had adequate coverage. That's been an ongoing discussion. That's been an ongoing
Well, and
discussion.
that's why I'm kind of shocked that you can't answer my question by tonight. Here you are voting on something and you don't know the details.
We do know the details.
Well, then-
You have the details of the agreement. The things that you're talking about wouldn't matter if this wasn't approved. So you're asking for things that would take place after
because
the agreement.
For $10, we have the right to know. We're the ones who put the money into that station all of these years.
Right.
Fundraisers, volunteering. We have a right.
I agree with you. I think there should
to
be
know.
they should be adequate coverage.
Right.
There's
Everyone up here
And
wants
there
that.
should be
And
adequate
everyone, we all
coverage.
agree on that. That's what we want.
I agree with you.
What you're asking is operational.
Of course it
What
is.
with that is that's more administrative.
Right.
Nothing's
And-
going. So the level of service right now, if Rutherford would sign that piece of paper tomorrow, nothing's going to change.
And that's
You're
my
asking for
concern.
what's the long term.
I'm asking how soon will
You're
we-
asking what's the long term plan.
for $10, how much coverage are we getting and how soon?
Yeah, I think the plan that you were a part of on the Swatara Fire and Rescue Service Board hasn't changed. I think they're still moving forward with the plan that Andy, Jack, and you had put together for
I
the
didn't
fire
put
service.
that plan together.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, don't put my name with that.
Okay.
I'm not happy at all about the PIP and all that and Bressler and, so don't please, my name is,
Okay.
I left for a reason and you know why.
I think it's operational versus.
Well, that's fine. You can say it's operational, I get the operational side, but I also get the side where I'm a resident, and if we're selling our fire department for $10, we should probably know why. What are we getting for it?
The last one was $1.
$1.
$1.
That's even worse. That's even worse. So I knew I was coming up here and not getting answers. I appreciate being handed this because it's more than we've been handed, but there are residents worried. I'm one of them, yes. We want to know what quality and quantity can we expect from a $10 sale of a big, beautiful fire department and a parcel of land. What do we get? Please, if we can get that answered as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other visitors' requests and comments at this time?
Poor Amy gets the miss of the night. Any other time, he always wants to know. Randy Conway, 5580 Fulcroft Avenue. Basically was questioning on the drone that was purchased in January or whatever. Do we know what model it was? A DJI, Anzu, Raptor?
I can get you all the information. It
Okay.
came to me as there's an opportunity to get a drone, and the price was not prohibitive. It
Okay.
wasn't something that, but I can get you all that. But no, I do not.
Okay. My other question is the stipend for that. Is that for the gentleman that's, excuse me, the gentleman that's operating it?
Right.
Is that yearly, monthly? Like how's the stipend work on that?
Stipends are monthly for quite a few people here, so it'd be the same. There's nothing different.
Okay. And you don't know what the cost was of
Of what?
the drone?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
So I mean, just for the public's knowledge, it's like $40,000 for one that's
How much?
thermal, 4,000 to 40,000 roughly for thermal imaging,
Okay.
drones
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
stuff.
I'm gonna get you the price.
And the reason I was just asking, because so you said about transportation, so we're going to be driving around the Tahoe with that as well? Because you said about the transportation cost whenever it was questioned.
I don't, if the drone needs to get somewhere, I was calling that transportation.
Okay.
If there was a cost to get the drone to a place.
Okay.
If we had an extra vehicle, if we have a vehicle, I mean, we just.
Okay. Well, I was just
We just got the person in the position tonight.
Okay.
The person has his own vehicle, and yes, he's been using it. And there was no compensation, but very similar to we have vehicles that are used by a battalion chief or an EMA director. So
Right.
I'm not, you're
Go ahead.
asking if there's going to be transportation costs, or you're saying you want to know what they are?
No, just were we supplying them a vehicle? Because I mean, the way you made it sound, you said supplying transportation. So that's why I wasn't sure if we were paying for the transportation or if we were giving them a vehicle.
Very good idea, and I think that is a strong possibility that the drone would be at least in some type of vehicle on a regular basis, maintained. But I mean, we can let you know.
Okay. And then the stipend, did I ask if that was yearly or monthly?
You did.
You did.
And it's
Monthly.
Okay, monthly.
That's what
Okay.
they're saying.
All right. Okay.
Will you be able to report that information next week
Yes.
publicly so that everyone gets the answers as well?
And I mean, I don't think it was in there.
Thank you. Do we have any other visitors' requests and comments at this time? Going once, going twice. All right, we're up to 26, possible stormwater violations for investigation. This is also on our agenda each month and each meeting. I don't see anyone rushing up to tell us about any stormwater violations. We'll go ahead and move on to 27, commissioners' requests and comments, additional business and correspondence. Commissioner Tuckey?
Yes. Where do we start, right? This is great. First, thank you for everyone coming out to the meeting and anyone that's watching and everyone that's watching. I hope everyone's paying attention. First off, with the building project, something that massive, that big, without giving the public total information, improper and wrong. The taxpayers are paying the bill. We should be able to have everyone understand what they're getting before it's voted on. I know the projects were talked about during meetings, but they should be able to see firsthand exactly what their tax dollars are going towards. The first project was not put out publicly, and I understand you stated it wasn't completed, but it's not right now to vote on something like that and push it through when realistically, if you give it another week, I'm not saying months from now, because I know this needs to move forward, regardless of what it is. But the public should be able to look and see what their tax dollars is going towards. And so they can make sense out of what they personally see and try to make sense out of what this board's doing. And I'm having a lot of issues lately with all this. It comes to Rutherford's Firehouse. There's no way we don't support the firefighters. I don't believe anyone on this board does not support the volunteer firefighters. I personally have issues with some of the things that have been done in the past and some of the things currently that are still going on. But when it comes down to having your fire chief state very clearly that he will not allow paid firefighters in a facility, in a fire station, unless if it's owned by him, that's a problem to me. The taxpayers are paying the bills for everything, and they deserve not to have a fire company. And I'm not saying they were forced, because some of them already stated they weren't forced to do this, but when this came out end of January in a discussion with Deb Harvey, she's not making stuff up. She's a 100% honest person. And when she stated very clearly what the plan was for this year, because the fire service was going to go through have some issues this year because of what they wanted to do. It's an agenda. It's been an agenda by a handful of people. And a ton of people know it. And it's frustrating because the majority of the public, I know for certain, does not want to go in the direction we're going in. If we truly had, I truly believe a lot of the packets and stuff they're going through, we should be looking at that, seeing what we can do to make it better. And it's not an insult to people that put this stuff together. I understand there's been group after group after group working on this stuff. But if you look at the surrounding areas, I don't believe they're making it as difficult to volunteer. I do want safety for every volunteer that's running fire. But I think some things could be changed to make it a little bit easier for people to be able to participate. And eventually someday, if we would have to go to a fully paid fire service, because we have to, that's one thing. But I know over the years, certain things have happened to certain volunteers where they're not allowed to come back or just get tired of some of the things that have been going on. I'm sorry, give me a second, please.
Take your time.
When it comes to that warehouse deal for Penhart and Mushroom Hill, I've had a lot of concerns about that project. And I understand it went through the courts. But I also do believe what a resident stated up here, Lisa Nider stated back at the middle of November from memory. It was kind of funny how nothing was talked about that whole thing until apparently we received it, and I forget the exact date, but it was somewhere in mid-September. And the day before the meeting was when the full 60 days came up. And she stated, and I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but she stated very clearly that we could have had a hearing. I don't know how accurate that is, but I don't see her state something like that unless if it wasn't true. We are not lawyers. We're not attorneys. The thing is, if we had an option as a board, and I'm not saying we did, but if we did, we should have been given all the options moving forward of what we could have done or not done. And I don't take kindly to anyone threatening us doing what's proper for the residents. I don't care. If they want to go after me personally, they can. I don't believe you should make your decision because someone threatens you. We're here for a reason. The residents voted us in to look out for the residents' best interests. And that's what should be done. As far as I'm concerned, you know what? I don't care if they threaten me personally. Because as long as I'm doing it right, and I am, you have nothing to worry about. Again, thank you for everyone coming out. I hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Zubek? Yeah, I'm going to echo Commissioner Tucky's comments, but I'm also going to go into something completely different. And I'm not going to, in an effort to save time, I'm going to be very brief, and I'm not going to go through all of my comments this evening. I'll reserve them for next week. I am, however, forgive me for repeating this about the drone. We had a right to know when that drone was purchased, before it was actually purchased, and the board should have voted on it. I happen to know for a fact that municipalities are required when making any purchase that it should go before the board for a vote. And unless the board designates somebody to make purchases otherwise, and it's usually in a de minimis nature. And I would like the solicitor to give me in writing a legal opinion on purchases without board approval. And that includes vehicles, that includes drones. Those are big purchases. We're not talking about somebody who went out and purchased a lamp or a desk even. It shouldn't be $5,000, but that happened in the past too. But those are big purchases. And for someone on this board to sit there and make a comment that it wasn't budgeted, well, that's all the more reason to take it before the board. If something's not budgeted, and that was made in the past, and I can go back and I can look at the video and I can tell you exactly what minute and what meeting, it's got to stop. There's no communication whatsoever. And if they're not communicating, then you're hiding something. So that's that about the drone, and I would like to know the exact cost. I would like to know exactly, I think, Commissioner Connolly, you left the door open when you said that, it's a great idea. We can transport it and maintain it. So I would like to know what vehicle is going to be transporting it and maintaining it if it's not already. And if it is already, then what vehicle is being used for that? How much did we pay for it? And when did we purchase that vehicle? The other question, things I want to go into is the solicitor's contract. It's been brought to it's my understanding, and I watched the meeting, and I talked with Commissioner Tuckey about this, that the solicitor could not produce a contract for 2024. But that's the solicitor's job, to be able to produce a contract for 2024, let alone his own contract.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
For not being, I wanted to see a 2024 contract. Can someone show me a 2024 contract where the solicitor was engaged? Because we're required to have an engagement letter from the solicitor when we're seeking services. And if there's no contract, then that means we want an entire year without an attorney. Well, an authorized one. Now, I know there's a loophole. There's a loophole that if there's continuance, so, solicitor goes into another term and you continue that coverage, that's a loophole. But this was a break in service for 2 years. They had a break in service, and at the beginning of don't shake your head, no, I'm not done yet. At the beginning of 2024, I asked for a copy of the contract, and the response I got from Solicitor Weiland was he was in England, and he would give me a copy when he gets back, but he gave me a copy of the old contract. That doesn't count. I would like to see the January 2024 engagement letter signed. And to use an excuse that, there was no manager, so it must have been lost. The solicitor is responsible, and I have an email, the solicitor is responsible for ensuring that we are up to date on our contracts. Everything is signed, sealed, and delivered, filed. And the basic tracking of their own contract, they can't even provide that. What kind of service are we getting? And if there is no contract, one doesn't get produced, I would love to see it. I'm hoping there is. Then I would like to know if that opens the township up to any liability, that we operated for an entire year getting legal advice from someone who didn't even engage us in a proper way. I know people listening probably don't understand the gravity of that, but I saw the email, Commissioner Ellis, when Mr. Tuckey requested a copy of a contract, and the response was that it can't be produced. That is a legal term, in my opinion, for it can't be produced, as in they don't have one. And I hope they do. So with that said, I'm going to cut my comments off tonight. I have some other concerns, but I'll cut it off there tonight. And I would like to say that the Board of Commissioners, the majority on the board, made the decision to part ways with staff at the beginning of 2024. You should have had a plan. You should have known what their job responsibilities were before you fired them. And to not have something or not be able to produce documents that you're responsible for maintaining is not an excuse. It's unacceptable. Do your jobs. I want to wish everybody a wonderful evening. I know there's some Eagles fans in the township, and go Eagles, and have a good evening. Thank you. Stay safe.
Commissioner Connolly?
I want to start with thanking Chief Stauffer. Previous meeting, we had talked about crime rates going down 8% in the township. There hadn't been a homicide, unfortunately. Last week, we had an incident that basically played out in two areas. There was an assault on Paxton Street at a business that was closed after hours, 10 o'clock in the evening. Two people arrived in a car. They got in an altercation. I don't know the details, but one of them was at a minimum seriously injured, incapacitated at that site, and then transported to the Paxton Cemetery. So it was still the same two people. One was either dead or dying. The person wasn't transporting them to help them. They were transporting them to dispose of the body and get away. Through just doing everything right and having good people in the township, business owners, people that work here. Someone showed up at the site where the assault took place. There was nobody there. There was no cars, but they saw enough evidence that there had been a struggle and a disturbance to contact the Swatara Township Police. The police responded there. Again, no body, no people, no car, but started an investigation. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. Within an hour or so, a car was discovered in the Paxton Cemetery by another employee that was doing a good job, knew something was out of place, and a body ended up in that car. I'll speed up the story. The person who drove the car killed the other person and left them in the cemetery and then left there. Those two things had to be linked together by incredible police work and cooperation from citizens. Can't disclose everything, but obviously some tracking was done. Some of it was video, and our police department arrested the person. And it's just amazing that all came together. It's still, extremely sad that someone lost their life, that this would happen here in our township. But the longer something goes unsolved, the more it weighs on the police department, the citizens, the victim's family, friends, people in the community. So I want to say thank you to you, the entire department, the citizens that helped, the businesses and residents that had cameras, everybody that cooperated. And a person has been arrested with incredible amount of evidence, and doesn't bring a person back, but at least we're on the road to having justice served by incredible work by the Swatara Township Police Department. I'm going to move on to, I see we have Austin here and Kevin left. Some of our guys are left tonight because they're getting ready for a storm in a few hours. So in advance of the storm, I want to say thank you to our highway department. They have done an incredible job. It's no secret that people travel over multiple municipalities, not to be critical of other ones, but our roads are the best every storm, every time. And that's a credit to our employees, our staff, our personnel, and the people that manage them. So make sure you thank everybody on my behalf. Now I'm going to go on to a couple things that happened here tonight. 5 years of 2 buildings. We asked a professional, our engineer, who you saw engineers lots of things. But then when we asked him to do this and come up with prices, they actually came up with a price for the Kimmel-Brogette plan that was pushed by Commissioner Tucky and Zubek here. I did the math. If you took the price that the person they wanted to come here, if Mr. Kimmel said it was $375, they did some other numbers, it would have been $47,666,875. But to be fair and run the plan, they came up with $44,500,000. They actually reduced the plan by $3 million. So I don't know about killing the messenger. And the other plan has a $24 million price tag. And ironically, we went through a document tonight that was on the board, and nobody in the audience really questioned it, but that document starts on January 30th of 2020. And one of the pages in there is this municipal complex. that has been around for a while. And it didn't change when the commissioners changed. There were meetings on it in 20 public meetings, and it's on the website, 20, 21, 22, 24, and now 25. And it still says, grant funding will be used for public safety facilities within the municipal complex. And it was at $19 million. And if you look at the estimates that we have, the $24 million includes the building and renovations here. After 5 years, was right on target, right here, and then we heard all these versions that are unsubstantiated. But the facts are the facts. So I think we made a really good vote tonight, and I hear this all the time. People say elections have consequences. Oh, boy. Boy, did they have a consequence tonight. You saw a board vote for a $24 million plan rather than a $44 million plan. So everybody could
$44
be...
million plan. Why are you lying?
Yeah, that's
You voted for a $26
I didn't
million
interrupt you. I
plan.
didn't interrupt you. I have a few more notes.
Oh
and
my
then-
God, as soon
and
as
then
you
I'll-
open your mouth, there's lies.
So it was 44 million. It was, okay. And then we have this Mushroom Hill warehouse project that came back on the radar because the attorney that was here in 22, 23, that was hired by the majority of the board, that was Christine Zubek, Mike Tuckey, and Jeff Varner, an attorney made a mistake. The law in the court said he did not do the right thing. I'm not saying it was intentional, but he made a mistake and gave wrong advice. He was under the direction and the pleasure of the Board of Commissioners, as we just heard Commissioner Zubek harp on the solicitor that was here tonight and a contract that was missing in early 2024. Nobody had been fired in 24. It was the same staff that she had in December that was here in January. I think there was just something that wasn't able to be produced at the time. Okay? But it's amazing how critical people can be. We have a great township. We heard from the school district tonight. They have low taxes, do the best they can with our students. We sit up here and have to make the big decisions. I never say someone said this and someone said that. Everything is substantiated. There's documentation. It's online. It's at meetings, and you can see it. But whenever the vote goes away from certain people, then it's someone told them something was wrong. It's all this blame game. Okay? If we get warehouses in the Mushroom Hill area, it's because an attorney that was hired by the commissioners, the board that I sit on now, made a mistake and we lost the case. That's it. To say people don't want it and it was wrong, that's what it was. It was a mistake. The people you voted for selected an attorney and he made a mistake. And maybe you're for the warehouses, but that's why they're coming, because a mistake was made. And I want to thank John Cherry, an absolute professional, does this work for other places, reviews the highway project as it pertains to Swatara Township. A $2 billion highway project, reviews Penhar Road and how that's going to go. The mall, all of these projects that seem to go good, he's involved in. But yet when it comes down to a project that he said, she said, this, then he's wrong. He did a great job tonight. Some of the questions were completely out of line. And I've been relatively quiet on some of these things in the past. But when you hear the sale of a firehouse, and it's those firefighters and that community that want to sell it to keep it going, and then it's $10. $10 is basically to keep it the way it is to complete the transaction. We want that to be a firehouse. We care about the people in Rutherford. My opinion of what it should cost and all that, it was a legal decision. These are all decisions that if most of you were up here, you'd make the same decisions. It's not about personal things. And I've already gone on too long. And I feel like there's certain people that are unhappy about everything in a township that has great police, great highway, great firefighters, great EMA, added a drone tonight for public safety. And I'm just going to say, hey, thanks for coming out, and the comments, really make me feel great when I leave these meetings. It's overwhelming support for having a great township. And the few people that don't like things can laugh and say what they want. But we live in a great township because we have a great board of commissioners. And I'm saying everybody contributes to that in the past and you can shake your heads. I feel terrible about the I'm going to end on this, the $60 stormwater fee. The woman that spoke is a neighbor, and I consider her a friend. She had a valid point. But I'm going to throw this out there. It is a $60 fee once a year. We'll up our game and get it right. Other municipalities have monthly fees. It's one of the lowest stormwater fees in a township that has low taxes and good services, and yet some people are unhappy and complain. Have a good night, everybody.
Vice President Steele.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out, everyone that logged on and joined us online. I'm going to make it short, quick, sweet. I think it's somewhat remarkable that we have people on this board that continue to conflate the truth with their own version of what they consider reality. And, you know, at some point, we have to get to, well, we're governing, but, you know, at some point, some of you have to get on board and govern in the same way. I think the opinions are welcome. I think that your input is valuable, but to call people names or get down to the lowest form of what children would do is just amazing to me that we're still here 13 months in. At some point, we have to stop telling the public things that aren't true. At some point, you got to pay attention to what's transpiring. You have to come get the information. You have to ask the questions. You have to read your packets. It's part of what you were elected to do. You can't just come up here month after month and say you don't have information and say there's no transparency and say you don't know what's going on when you're not engaged. You're responsible to engage yourself in the governance of Swatara Township. This isn't some gab news fest show. This is real people's lives that we're dealing with, real people's money. Like our families live here. But to come up here month after month, it's getting old. Like you're not always in a political season. Come to the building, ask for the information. There's not one staff member that has told you, no, you can't get information. There's not one staff member that won't provide you information or answer a question if you ask them a question. But time and again, this is getting so old. And if you don't agree with something, that's okay. You can disagree and you can have the difference of opinion. But let's stop name calling, belittling, and to the public at that. This isn't about party politics. This is just about people just being mean and nasty and outright wrong. And it has to stop at some point. Chief Stauffer, I guess an hour and 6 minutes you will be retired as the police chief. Welcome aboard as the superintendent. You're in the right spot in this board. Bipartisan support chose you for the right reason. You're doing a great job and it shows. And I guess, I don't know, would I call this your next career or what? Okay, good luck in your next career. So thank you for your service to Swatara Township. Sure, it genuinely means a lot to us, and that's all I have.
I'll do my best to be as brief as possible. I'm going to try to do this in like a positive sandwich. So first, I just want to say again, thank you to fire, police, public works, our EMA, all of our public safety individuals. Very thankful for everything that you do for the residents, for us that sit up here to keep everyone safe. And we know that when there's a call that you'll answer, and it's truly appreciated. I'm going to take a minute to address some things that were said during these comments because I pulled up the documents to refute them. Unfortunately, this is something I've had to do month after month. I'll continue to do it as long as is necessary. So first, with regard to Smith Land and with regard to comments made about holding a hearing, in the letter that I read last month, it very clearly states that the deadline to hold a hearing expired at the latest on Monday, June 5th, 2022. We are years too late to hold a hearing. Not an option. With regard to that, I've said this to some people. I was sued personally by the former solicitor months before he became the solicitor on behalf of members that are sitting up here tonight. I'm not getting sued again. That was thrown out. Thankfully, there were no merits to the case, but I was sued personally.
Please express.
I was sued personally.
Who? By who?
I'll produce the documents. It's
By
fine.
me?
Former solicitor on your behalf, yes, and on Commissioner Tuckey's behalf, yes.
Okay, whatever.
For
I would
yes.
like to see that.
Sure thing, no problem. Again, anytime I say something up here, I'm gonna have a document to back it up. I promise you that. So yes, that's fine.
Well,
We'll
if
go
you
ahead
were,
and
I
get
didn't
those.
know anything about it.
It was on your behalf. Again,
on my
with
behalf,
regards
okay.
to Salzman Hughes and with regard to the contract that was not signed, at the time the contract came through, we did have a manager who was responsible for signing it. For whatever reason, it wasn't signed. Not going to go into that any further. But Salzman Hughes was our attorney as well as Tucker Arnsberg for all of 2022 and all of 2023. I pulled up legal invoices that are dated April 28th, 2023. So that loophole that was referenced, they were continuing on with service. We paid for 2 attorneys last
They were not
for
contracted.
2022
They were
and
not our
2023.
solicitor on file,
We
Commissioner
paid
Ellis.
them. They were handling
They're not
litigation
our
for us with Norfolk Southern.
They were not our
They never
solicitor on
stopped serving
file,
us.
Commissioner
They've
Ellis.
been our solicitor of record for
They were
in
not
some
our
capacity
solicitor.
for 28 years. So
They
there
were
was
not
never
our
a break in
solicitor.
service. And
There was a break in
if
service.
you go ahead and review the conversation that took place last month, we agreed with Commissioner Tuckey that we should have a copy on it of the signed agreement. And we're going to, we have it for 2025. We're going to do everything that we can, again, to move forward and put things in place that make sure that the appropriate documents that are supposed to be retained are retained. We had a manager at the time and we don't have that document.
Where's the signed copy?
I'm going to continue. So that's,
It's
I
their
just want
job
to
to
address
keep
those
them.
things. That we did have a manager, he didn't sign the document for whatever reason. We don't have a signed copy of it. We have the copy. They continued on for service. There was never a break. So
You're
to say that
responsible
there
for
was
signing
legal
it.
representation that was illegal last year, it's false.
But you should
It's
have
false.
signed it. It should have been you. You would have been
It's false.
responsible for that.
So now I'm going to go ahead and move on to the other portion of my positive sandwich. February is Black History Month. Numerous events are going to be put on by the state, by lots of organizations. If you have the opportunity to go to one and participate, please do so that you can learn about some of the local contributions that Black Americans have contributed to this area. And again, Black history is American history. So this is something that should be celebrated, and I hope everyone has the opportunity to participate in at least something. We've got, 20-something days left in this month. So if you're able to, I would implore you to do so. I'll have more on that because Swatara Township has a historic Black cemetery located within its boundaries, and I'll go more into that with regard to Midland Cemetery next week. So with that being said, thank you to everyone that stuck it out through the end of this meeting. I'm going to wrap it up so we can be done just after 11. Thank you to everyone that takes the time to watch these meetings. Thank you to staff that endured a 4-hour-long meeting. Hopefully it won't be as long next week. I hope everyone gets home safely and has a good evening. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned at 11.